Aluhu. Leshadala Helmole Amotelu. Ayala Mabis Kabamiako. Atapados Leshmeka Pados Balushmeka Olam Wahe. Wisham Beneshra El Shabbat So El Shabbat Ledo Tambe Ola. Beni Beneshra Otilola. Kisha Chayami Masa El Shadara Shamahi. Where to Addis Bayom Masbi Shabbat by not fast. Balushmeka, 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 Balushmeka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Manat, El Shaddai Himlo Olam Wahe. Baruch Kabod Makuto Olam Wahe. Baruch Kabod Lohim Kumon Lekayo. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you with the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
The one thing that we need to channel on, the one thing that we need to pay attention to, the one thing that God gave us a command and told us how to channel it is our emotions. When we read in Deuteronomy 6:4, God said, this is the word of God. I said, this is the word of God. And this is what we need to realize. This is what we need to realize. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy came directly out of the mouth of God. Anytime we cannot find it within ourselves to accept those 5 books, we don't agree with God. Because those are not my laws. Those are not my commandments. Those are not my statutes. And God was so merciful. I said, the creator of heaven and earth, who was all merciful, compassionate, pity, the jealous one. He was so merciful to preserve this book so that we can save ourselves from ourselves. Because that's who we need to save ourselves from. I don't have to save myself from you. It's you destroying you. You are destroying yourself. Because the spirit is evil and wicked. I said the spirit is so evil and wicked. The number one thing that the spirit is contrary. The spirit is contrary and opposite against God. From the day that Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, now we have 2 sides. Now we have both sides in us, good and evil. So God told us to preserve the book and showed us how we can fight this evil seed. This evil seed that is growing within us. This evil seed that's growing within us. By preserving this book. And he gave us a command and told us to read this book every day of your life. Every day of our life, we must find time to put time in for God. Every day of our life, we got to find time to put time in for God. Because that's the only way we're going to be able to fight this evil that is within us. Okay? So now, back to what I was saying. What did God say in Deuteronomy 6:4? He said, thou shalt, which is a commandment. He said, thou shalt do what? Love the Lord thy God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. Love God with all your heart, soul, and might. What else do we love? We love our children. Yeah, we love our children. But you can't love them above God. That's why God used Abraham's son to tempt him. To see whether or not he was going to put his son above God. Now that is an example within itself. Huh? I said that is an example within itself. We cannot put our children above the laws and the commandments of God. We cannot do that. We got to sit you down, let you know, listen, you all right, and you good. But this right here, what you're doing, you're violating the commandments of God. And I can't stand on that. I cannot accept that. What else do we love? We love our wives. We love our woman. And when you love your woman, what happened? Your love is finding the gratification out of seeing her happy. Huh? You seeing that she's satisfied. You're finding the gratification out of her being happy. Huh? And what that took me to, right? I said, I'm happy because she's happy. When she's sad, it's going to affect me. So what that took me to, 1 Samuel, there was a man named Elkanah, and he had a wife named Hannah. Hannah could not bear seed. She was barren. And her desire was to have a child for her husband because she loved him. And what else would a woman want to give her husband is a child? What else would she want to give him? Huh? So, because of that now, by her being barren, she was sad. She was very sad. She was so sad. She fasted. She weeps. She fasts. She weeps. She cried. She got teased from this woman. And what Elkanah told her? He said, Am I better to thee than 10 sons? Huh? Because you being sad, it's going to affect me. When you're happy, it has a positive effect on me. Huh? So if you love someone, or if you see, God gave us a description of love. Huh? God gave us a description of what love is. So when you love God, you do what? You honor his laws, his commandments, his statutes. You please God. You please him. And guess what? And it's vice versa with husbands and wives. We ain't tyrants. You love your husband. You please your husband by doing what he said. And if I love my wife, I'm going to please my wife. But just make sure it's not in violation of the laws of God. That's it. So now, again, let me go back to the topic I was talking about, which is very important, our emotions. And do we know we can guide according to what your child, or according to the emotions that your child grows up, starts from now, from kids, because it's all determines to what you teach them. Huh? What a child, look, man, every emotional reaction we have as an adult was learned during our childhood or your past. What my son will have emotions for, a child that wasn't raised in the laws of God is not going to have the same emotions. They're going to have different boundaries. They're going to have different mindsets. It all categorized according to how of the upbringing of the child. Huh? So now, and you can't come into something new still dwelling on your past. Didn't God say that? God said when you come to serve the Lord, serve him in what? In simplicity of heart. When you come to serve God in simplicity of heart, it means what? Don't come with hang-ups. Don't come with what you was taught. You got to come with a clear mind. Come with a clear mind like you don't know nothing. Because I don't need you to be making no comparison with what I'm teaching you here to what you was taught in your past, which was abominable customs that you learned from wherever you learned it from. Okay? Now, that's why the book said what? Serve God in simplicity of heart, right? Okay, right? So your reaction is based on what? Your emotions, right? Your emotional reactions is based on what? Summary, category, and definition. Now you start summarizing and categorizing and defining according to how you feel, according to your treacherous thoughts that's in your mind that's not godly. This is why we need to turn to God so that we can summarize and categorize and define these things according to what God said, not according to your mindset, okay? That you created in your mind based on your parenting, you received and the culture and society you was raised in. So this is why people don't accept certain laws because of their parenting and based upon the society and where they lived in. So certain laws they won't accept. I can't accept this. I don't look it. Put up there. He said, I can't accept this. I can't accept the other. I can't accept that. Why? Because your parents didn't raise you this way. Why? Because of your upbringing and where you was raised at, according to society. That's why you cannot serve God with a heathenistic mentality. It's not going to happen. You cannot serve God with a heathenistic mentality. So now, right, we are not born with emotions. Understand that. We're not born with emotions. Say what you said. It's developed. Guess what else? It's learned. It's taught. We are not born with emotions. Emotions is developed. Emotions is learned. It's taught. That's the reason why it's very important when a child is being raised and being growing 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. They're sponges. And according to how you raise these children is based upon what they or how they're going to live or how their thoughts, what they're going to accept and what they're not going to accept when they get older. That's why you see people with children and then you have the child may say, I got 2 moms. Or maybe the child may say, I got 2 dads. And this child been seeing this from a kid. And then as he grows up, it's not a problem for him. It's not a problem for him to accept that. And when you tell that child that has grown into a grown man that God said to kill him, because God said, man shall not lie with mankind as with womankind, he look at you like you're a weirdo. He look at you like you're sick. Because this is what this child been seeing from a kid. So you done embed this in this child's mind to accept things that God don't accept. Okay? Emotions, we are not born with emotions. They are learned. We create a summary of the event that happened, then we categorize it. According to what? According to your emotions. Then we define it. According to what? According to your emotions. According to how you feel. But it ain't according to how God feels. It doesn't match. How you define it when it doesn't have to be that way. It ain't that way. It don't have to be the way that you said. We got to define these things and come to a conclusion according to the mindset of God. All right? All right? At this time, you start to compare. But you have to realize that it's not them. It's about you. It's not them. It's not the person you're defining. It's not the person you're looking at. It's about you. You. But you're looking outside of you. You're pointing the finger and looking outside of yourself. Okay? But you have to realize that it's not them, it's about you and what you went through in your past. So we have to master our emotions according to the laws of God. We got to master our emotions according to the laws of God, man. Because emotions will destroy you. Emotions will destroy you. And guess what else emotions will do? It will straighten you. If you channel it in the right direction according to what God said. Because it's, okay? Let's go to Leviticus chapter 19. Let's go into the law.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Now, when I say, I just read a comment, when I say when the child is being raised and the child say, I got two moms, that's because this woman done picked another woman to be her soulmate. That's what I'm talking about. This woman done picked another woman to be her soulmate. So now the child is growing up seeing this abominable ways and customs that's against God. So the child grow up with a different mindset to accept that. To accept that. That's why I said in the beginning, every emotional reaction we have as an adult was learned during your childhood or your past. That's it. Let's read it.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, You shall be holy, for I the Lord your God.
What does holy mean? I said, what does holy mean? Holy don't mean to walk on clouds. Holy don't mean you're not going to sin. Because Solomon said there's no man that sinneth not. But the one thing we got to realize is not to sin presumptuously. Now, there is no specific law. There's no specific law that's going to cause a blemish on your spirit. Anytime you sin, any iniquity, anytime you violate a law, there's a blemish on your spirit, which means there's an opening. Right? But what God said, there are some people that have done more worse than some. Yes, that is a true saying, because God said it. God said it. He said, this God did wicked, he did evil, but it wasn't compared to the wickedness of this person over here. Huh? So God said that. So holy means what? Set apart for God. Right? Set apart for God, characterized by perfection and transcendence. So now we're going to dig into these words so we can learn and see what does set apart mean. We're going to learn what does perfection mean. We're going to learn what transcendence means. Okay? So transcendence, set apart is what? To make somebody different from. Huh? So what's going to cause the difference? What's going to bring the distinction and the difference between you and them? Huh? And now, from or better than others. Yes, the laws make me better than you. But guess what? The righteous and the pious and the prophets and the priests never voice that. Because when you voice things like that, that denotes pride. I'm better than you. Anybody want to hear that? That's the beginning of pride. Ezra didn't say that. Ezra coupled himself with the nation, with the people. And Ezra was nowhere near like unto the people. Nowhere near like them. None of the righteous and pious men said things like that. So these are things and ways that we have to correct within ourselves. Because what humbles us and relinquish and expiate and gets rid of pride is the laws of God. That's why God gave the king a strict command. He said, he said, the king shall write a copy of these laws out of what? Out of the book. I'll get a copy from the priest and write a copy. A mishneh, a copy, a double of. So that you may learn to fear God, so that ye may learn to fear God. So that your heart don't be lifted up above your brethren. Because these things is going to bring iniquity to yourself. These things is going to bring sin to yourself. When your heart is lifted up and when you don't have fear for God, you don't have boundaries. You don't have limitations because you will do any and anything when you don't fear God. You will put yourself above God. You will put yourself above God's laws, his commandments, his statutes. The first thing we're supposed to think about and consider is the laws of God. If I make this move, will I be violating the laws of God? If I make this move, because the laws of God is what? Concerning your neighbor. God gave us laws concerning each other, how to deal with each other. I shouldn't steal from you. You shouldn't steal from me. And guess what? The thought about it is even worse. Yeah. Oh, I didn't do it. I just thought about it. It's worse. Because your thoughts separate from God also. Separate you from God also. You can't think it. Oh, I didn't do it, but you thought about it. It was in your mind. But the only one can tell you what's in your mind is God. You can't tell me what's in my mind right now, blasphemer. The only one that could tell me what's in my mind is God. You know when you know what's in my mind? When I follow through with it. Your actions. I said, God knows that. God tries the heart and the soul of man. To know, God knows your triggers. What will move you? What will push you? What will pull you back? So God used those things against you to see whether or not are you truly for God or not. To see where you at. Set apart.
The meditation in my heart.
That's right.
That's the same thing, right?
That's right. Set apart. To make somebody different from or better than others. Right? Set apart is also what? When you're set apart, you hold different opinions and you think differently. When you're set apart, your mindset is different. Certain things you wouldn't voice. Certain things you wouldn't do because you're set apart. And what sets you apart is the reading. Is the reading of the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. So what I would do, you would do. What I wouldn't do, you would do. All right? To separate. Separate meaning what? To go in different directions. Different course. Different path. We are in two different paths. We live two different lives. We live separate lives. The life I live is completely opposite to your life. Friday, before the sunset, I'm making sure I gotta take care of certain things. Certain things must get taken care of before Friday sunset. Because the Sabbath is coming in. But this God doesn't bind himself by those boundaries, those jurisdictions, those rules. Okay? Perfection is what? To free from fault or defect. Okay? Now, perfection, right? It also means whole, complete. Huh? Who was whole and complete? It was two men that God said was whole and complete. Joshua and Caleb. They was whole with God. They was complete with God. 360. Mind you, let's get this correct, man. Everybody sitting in here got a blemish. Yeah, we got a blemish. Not because you're sitting in teachings means you know the spirit ain't blemished. You know why? Because what What stops my spirit from getting the blemish? Presumptuous. What is the cause of my spirit getting blemished and defects? Presumptuous iniquity. And we sin presumptuously every day. The only way to remove a blemish from your spirit or that opening is to stop sinning presumptuous. That's the only way. Only way. All right? Free from fault or defect. Satisfying all requirements. That's complete. When you're complete, you cover all grounds. Everything's covered. I didn't cover the back door, but the front door is covered. Everything is covered, which means everything that God requires of man must be covered and completed. Now, what is a fault? A fault is what? To violate an accepted standard of God. The accepted standard of God is these laws, commandments, and statutes. And if God accepted, guess what? We have to train ourselves to accept it. We cannot accept the things that God don't accept. I cannot despise the things that God accepts. And if God accepts it, we got to accept it. And that's the training within oneself. We got to train ourselves. We got to rule our spirit. Because your spirit is contrary and opposite to the things that God said. The spirit is contrary and opposite to what we read here in the book. So we got to rule our spirit and make ourselves accepted. All right? Now, what is transcendence? Transcendence means you have gone beyond ordinary limitations. You went far and beyond ordinary limitations. You have exceeded. Okay, let's read it.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I the Lord your God am holy.
Uh-huh.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father. It means to be afraid of.
For real?
It means to be afraid of.
For real?
So when you're fearing your parents and you are afraid of your parents, you are afraid of offending them.
Yeah. Nigga.
You do not want to offend your mother and your father. Okay?
Much less yelling at them.
So now, if I'm not afraid, then I won't make the necessary decisions according to the word of God. You're not going to change. You will remain the same way. You will keep the same path. You won't do things to please them.
Yeah.
Once your parents say, hey, listen, man, I don't like what? You don't like that? Or it's done.
Yeah.
It won't be done again. It won't be done again. Because we have to look, if we can't fear our parents, then you can't fear God.
Dummy.
If you can't fear your parents and honor your parents, then you can't fear and honor God.
Half-breed.
Okay? So now it says what? I will be afraid, I will be aware of offending God and my parents.
Yeah.
Now, before you fear God, which comes in time, the fear of God only comes in time. You don't fear God right away. Huh? You don't fear God right away because, first of all, you have to learn how to fear God. So that takes reading and studying and applying. Reading, studying, and applying to oneself. And in time, you will learn the fear of God. You don't get this thing here automatically. Huh? That's why when a person had time and grade in doing these laws, commandments, and statutes, that person will be on a higher level. On a higher level with God. Because he got more works and more time and grade in doing this than you. Than the person that just started doing these laws, just started knowing about who God is. They want to teach you something. But I'm not saying you're not above your breaches to be taught. But don't put yourself above the one that's been doing this longer than you. You know? Now, before you fear God, which comes in time, right? You put into doing God's laws, you start to fear what people think about you. You start to be afraid, and you start to think about how your relatives thinks about you, because you're doing something different than what your parents did not raise you in.
How they gonna treat you now?
And you worried about how they're gonna treat you. You worried about what they're gonna say to you. You worried about everything else except how God worries, how God thinks about you. And that's our problem, man. We think and we worry about everything else, but we don't think and worry about how God thinks about you right now, because people doubt this. There are a lot of people that was taught the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, and they doubt it. They doubt it. But by all means, towards your end, you're going to learn. You're going to learn and understand that there is only one God. One God. And one way to live. One way that God has prescribed for man to live. All right? So we worry about how people think about you when you start serving God, and that is what caused people not to make changes with themselves. Okay? Let's read it.
And keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God.
He said, keep my Sabbaths. How do we keep the Sabbaths? What are the things that we should be doing to keep the Sabbaths? What are the things that we should not be doing to keep the Sabbath from profaning it? One brother said he sweeps the camp because this is the place that we serve God in. So we got to keep the camp clean. He said cleanliness is next to godliness. But I never read that in the book. You know what I read in the book? God said make a difference between holy and profane. Between what? The clean and the unclean. So if you really want to do that law, guess what? There's a lot to do. Holy and profane, clean and the unclean. God never spoke about dirt. If my clothes is dirty, but it's clean spiritually, I'm okay. Because you had men, pious men, righteous men that was in good favor with God, that went out on campaign, didn't come home for years, and they had on the same garment. It got dirty, but the thing that God worries about is whether it was unclean. Is it unclean? Is that garment unclean? Are you unclean? Which means we got to watch where we sit. We got to be careful of where we sit at. Because whatever a woman sit on in her ministration, that chair becomes unclean. And nowhere in the book states when that chair becomes clean.
Nowhere.
So if I sit in that chair, I'll become unclean. Now I got to wash my clothes and I got to bathe my flesh before sunset. Because this uncleanness can only be viewed and visualized. God can only see this uncleanness. It's spiritual. You can't see the uncleanness physically. It's an uncleanness that is only seen. It's a spiritual uncleanness that God can only detect. God can detect it. Okay? So now, when you're sweeping in the camp, God ain't talking about that. Now, we don't take out garbage on Shabbat. You don't take out garbage on Shabbat. You don't wash dishes on Shabbat.
That's work.
You You don't carry burdens on Shabbat, which is in what? Jeremiah 17. Anything that is carried, it doesn't depict the load or how heavy it is. So when you leave out your house, you don't leave out your house with nothing in your hand. In Exodus 16, it speaks about the manna, and there's the word that it was read about, that I read about, was the word prepared. The Hebrew word for the word prepared is hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare or to arrange. To prepare or to arrange. So everything must be prepared before sunset, which means these chairs must be set up before sunset. I can't set up these chairs during Shabbat. I can't remove these chairs and set up a table in the middle of the table. We can't do these things. All these things must be set up already. Already, man. So there's a way to keep the Sabbath day holy. Tom Sheep, where you at?
Verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. And you know what it was talking about when it said, turn ye not unto idols? They turned to idols for responses in aid. To inquire for help. And that's how they used to turn to these idols. For guidance. When Saul went and consulted of the witch of Endor to get an answer from God. Why? Because God was angry with him. God turned his face from King Saul. Okay? Because he didn't follow one commandment. God told him to wipe out the Amalekites. Wipe them out. Don't bring nothing back. King Saul brought back the best of the sheep. And he brought back the king. When he did that, God turned his face away from him. He didn't want nothing else to do. Look, certain things we do can cause God to turn his face away from you permanently.
Right.
Woo.
Right.
Certain things we do in life would cause God to turn his face from you permanently.
Right.
And then guess what? We will be going on because we ain't linked in with God. So we will be going on in life.
That's right.
Doing law, wearing your fringes, sitting down in teachings, and God's face is turned away from you.
Monkey.
Permanently. You see the state of in the position that we in today, man?
Excommunicado.
Look, that right there hurt me. That hurts, man. You know why I said that hurts? You know why I say that hurts? Because we don't know. There's no way for us to find out if God turned his face from you, from me, from us permanently, man. That's sad, man. I don't know how y'all feel about this, man, but that's sad. It's sad, man, because we can't find these things out. There's no way to find that out, man. So I'm sitting here teaching and praying, and God got his face turned against me, man, not listening to me. Come on, they're supposed to feel that, man. We don't know, man. We don't know. We don't know, man. Look at King Saul. King Saul was able to tell. And he was able to figure it out and know that God's face was turned away from him because they were so close. We don't have no contact. We don't got no way of finding these things, man.
We don't have no priests.
And that's why we got to break the barrier, man. We got to go beyond. We have to go. Look, we don't have no choice. We got to go far and beyond. We got to surpass the limitations, the usual limits. We have to surpass. Every man and every woman should be going past and trying to surpass the usual limits so that you can say, well, wow, I have gained the favor of God. I have gained the attention of God. We don't know, man. Look how King Saul was able to tell.
No way to inquire.
Nowhere to inquire. We can't. There's no prophets to inquire. There's no priest to inquire. We in a bad situation, man. We taking this for a joke. Let's read.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols, right? To turn to idols for a response or aid, to become different by changing your way of life. So you don't give up on God. You don't give up on God. You don't give up on these laws. You don't give up on these commandments. How do you show that you gave up on God? When you turn, by your actions. When you turn your back on these laws. God said, do this, this, and this. You turn your back on what God said. And you start doing your own thing. You start doing your own thing, and then you tell yourself, I'm good. Then you justify it. I did this because of you. And then you blame that person. God don't accept that. You're doing what you're doing because you never delighted in it. That's why. Because if you truly delighted in God, nothing will get in between. You serving God, nothing will get in between that. Let's read it.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. Verse 5. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, you shall offer it at your own will.
Now, you know when King Saul knew that God didn't accept him? You remember that day? When Samuel came? He said, man, if you did the commandment of God, he said, why am I hearing the bleating of these sheep? What are you doing with Agag? What he's doing? What he doing here? See, this guy, he said, wait, hold on. He said, hold up, Saul. He said, wait a minute. And I'm going to tell you what God told me. He said, wait a second. Wait right here. And he spit for him. When Samuel left Saul, he knew from then on that God's face was turned away from him. God has rejected you. He rejected you. When God rejects you, what it means? You are not accepted. You are not approved of. The door is shut. And because God is a merciful God, I said, because God is a merciful God. I said, because God is merciful. Oh, look, man, I know God is with me. I asked God to do this for me, and he did it because he's merciful. And he feels sorry for you.
Maybe you will realize.
And he got pity and compassion. But he could still be merciful to you and still shut the doors. Still block you. Yeah. Because he's God. And that's what God does.
He's righteous, period.
Look, man, let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 5.
Let's read.
And it shall be eaten the same day ye offer it.
Okay. He said, okay, go ahead. Now, what are you talking about? The sacrifices, right? Wait, hold up. Let me go back some. Idols. He said, you shall not turn. He said, don't turn to idols. Idols is what? A representation or a symbol. So that's why we must be careful of symbols. Certain symbols should not be bought inside your house, which is what? The Nike symbol, which represents the Greek goddess. Okay? Yeezys. Talk about it. Yeezys is in representation of JC.
That nigga on the cross.
It's JC sneakers.
The dude on the cross. Here. The dude on the cross like this. Like he about to do the Karate Kid kick.
Yeah.
That's him. How I found that out? Because I Googled it. And Kanye West made those sneakers in representation to Jake on the cross.
That's right.
So we don't bring these things in the house. Yeah. All right? You know, another thing we got to be careful of what we bring in the house. Not just any and anybody should be able to bring jewelry in your house. Because I don't know what the chain was used for.
That's right.
I don't know what that chain was used for. Because God said if that chain was used to hold up a cross, then the chain is abominable. I can't take the cross off, leave the cross outside the house, and allow you to come in the house with the chain. Because the cross, that chain is abominable, just like that cross. See, when you decide and make your mind up to serve God, look, people ain't going to come to your house.
That's the separation.
I said, that's what causes the separation. People ain't coming. Because when dudes come, they hold up. You're going to scan them. What you got on?
Oh, you unclean?
What you wearing? Man, you got chains on, you got to leave the jewelry out here. Because I don't know where you get that jewelry from. I can't trust your word. When you serve God, you can't trust people's word. You can't trust people's word. You got to make sure yourself. Let's read it. All right, hold up. Okay, representation or symbol of an object of worship, a form or appearance visible, but without substance. What does without substance mean? Without life.
No life.
Without life. So, people get angry when you tell them you shouldn't bring pictures in your house. Because we are emotionally attached to these things. And what does emotionally attached mean? You are somewhat devoted to a dead image. Your heart have feelings for this dead image.
It represents the person that's dead.
Now, go ahead. Go ahead, read it.
Turn ye not to idols, nor make to yourselves.
Turn ye not to idols, nor what?
Nor make to yourself
molten gods. Elohei Maseka. Now, Elohei Maseka is a mask of gods, right? Which was used in ceremonial purposes, which is what? Hamitic African culture. That's what they use these masks for. It was for ceremonial purposes. Now, the molten image, this is what Aaron did. Right? A molten image or cast made of metals that is melted and poured into a mold. You see the smarts, how smart these people was. He was able to gather all the gold from the nation, put a certain, because you need a certain degree heating temperature to melt the gold down so you don't burn it. Then after he melted, he poured it inside of a mold.
You have to make the mold.
Now this molten calf derived from what? Egyptian. This was Egyptian culture, which means when the people left Egypt, they didn't leave all from their past. That's why they was always ready to go back. Majority of the people that wasn't raised in this way of life end up going back to their past. That is statistics. You end up going back to what you know originally. Little by little, you're going to seep right back into it. You don't go back into it with both legs. You don't do nothing with both legs. You don't dive in to the laws of God with both legs. Nothing is done that way. You seep in little by little, gradually. And then once you look back at yourself, before you know it, you are 100% over there.
And you're okay with it. Don't feel it.
And you're okay with it. And all I'm going to say is, I told you. Let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 5. If you offer a sacrifice of peace offering.
If you offer a sacrifice of peace offering. Now this peace offering was to regain the favor of God. The peace offering was to get back in favor with God. We don't even have a way to do these things because we don't have a high priest and we can't set up no offerings now. So the only way to regain the favor of God is to push for his laws, to do what God said, do exactly what God said without sinning presumptuously. Okay? Presumptuous iniquity is when we sin knowingly, knowing that it's wrong. Okay?
Never mind your excuse.
Okay? Never mind your excuse and why you're doing it. But people have a tendency of putting themselves above God. People have a tendency of putting themselves above God's laws and his commandments and how God feels. That don't matter to them. The only thing that matters to them is how they feel at this moment. Okay? He said, and ye offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto the Lord, and ye shall offer it at your own will. Okay? Now, it shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. Tamshi.
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted.
It shall not be accepted. And I looked up that word accepted. Razon. Razon means to be accepted. Razon means to be approved of. Huh?
It validates you.
Huh? It validates you. Now, approved means what? Officially agreed or accepted. Right? Officially agreed or accepted. Huh? Accepted. The approval of God is earned by merits. I said the approval for God to approve you and accept you is earned by what you do in life according to the laws of God. So according to the things that I do, according to what God said, will determine whether you are accepted or not. Now you will know whether you're accepted by God or not. But the one thing we can't do is sin presumptuously. See, we take 2 steps back every time. You do a good thing here, and then you take 2 steps back by violating. Then we do this here, and then we take 2 steps back by violating. If you don't honor your parents, take the frontlet off. If you don't honor your mother, take your frontlet off. Take them bracelets off. Take the fringes off. Because your parents told you and they gave you strict commands, but you go against these things to satisfy your will and to satisfy yourself. Take the frontlet, the bracelet off, take them fringes off, and I don't want to hear nothing about God from you. Death. Nothing. Death. My father shouldn't have to repeat himself over and over about the same thing. Death. Okay. Why my father got to repeat himself over and over about the same thing? Death. Why my mother got to repeat herself over the same thing? That I'm dead. My father told us not to do something, and you go against what your father said, and then I go to this brother and say, did you tell him? It don't matter if you told him, God knows. Guess what? You know what God did? I said, God got a book. You done did something contrary and opposite to what your father told you. He done wrote your name down. The next thing he go to the book of life and erase your name from the book of life. And put you in the book of the dead. Write your name in the earth. Write your name right and embed it right into the earth. You get demerit for that, man. You get demerit for that. But you worried about if Godson told mom, told Pop Dukes. What you worried about that for? You should be worried about how God feels. And how I'm looking in the eyes of God. Okay. That's what you should be worried about. That's what you should be worried about. And stop pointing at that. Oh, man. The sister said pointing the finger. You know, that's what we do this. We always sit in teachings and we point the finger. Okay. And what gets you hype, the only thing that gets you hype, is when you can point the finger at the other one at what they're doing. Come on, man. Stop that, man. Stop that. Point your finger at yourself.
That's right. Get your spirit right.
Get your spirit right and incline to God, man.
Get your life ready for death.
We can't sit in teachings pointing the finger, man.
Get your life ready for death.
Because these laws are spoken to better ourselves. I gotta better myself. You got to better yourself. Using these laws, commandments, and statutes that God gave us. I got a lot of work to do with myself. I ain't perfect. Sometimes thoughts comes to my mind, and guess what? I got to ask myself, where did that come from? I have to ask myself, where did that thought come from? That's what you need to do. But when you're inclined to God and when you're leaning towards God, that only comes from certain people. Because some people, thoughts come to them and they follow through with it. They don't channel it They don't channel it with the laws of God. Razon means to be accepted, to be approved. Okay? Now, reminds me of my boy, my man Cain. That's my man. Cain is my man. Cain is my man. The man had the first in thought. First in thought. It was his thought to send up an offering to God. It was his thought to send up an offering to God. Huh? Why? Because iniquity is in the earth now. From the beginning of times when Adam and Eve went against the commandment of God and ate from the tree that was in the midst of the garden. And do you know that's the only thing those two people did? That's the only thing Adam and Eve did. So when you say Eve was a liar and she lied, Eve was innocent and she didn't know what lying was. Mind you, God is telling the story. What'd you say? Say that again. God is telling the story. God is reiterating these words to Moses in the mountain. But people call Eve a liar, which means what? You're calling God a liar. You're calling God a liar. So we need to watch our words. Watch the things that we say. So by them eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil, now we got both sides in us. We have good in us and we have evil in us. Some of us, majority or all of us, the evil is stronger than the good. That's exactly. We are more inclined to doing that which is evil and against God. So that's why right now, today, back then in the book with these people that we read about in here, it wasn't like that. But now today, because God said we are destined towards the pit. Our destination is towards the pit, man. That's where our destination is. Every last one of you, the inhabitants of the world, only if we take heed to what is in this book. We must take heed to God's laws, commandments, and statutes, so that your destiny don't be towards the pit, so that my destiny won't be towards the pit, so that I can save my children with my righteous actions. Yes, when we sin and we violate the laws of God, God visits your sin upon your kids, upon your children. Yeah, not what I taught. This is what God said. But guess what? People don't believe it because they don't believe God. They don't believe the book. They have other beliefs. They'll believe that astrology and they'll believe everything else.
They believe Jay-Z.
They believe everything else. They believe YouTube.
That's what they believe.
They believe everything. Oh, don't let YouTube put something on the tube. Oh, yeah, YouTube. Look at that.
You hear what Jay-Z said?
But they won't believe what God said. But they won't believe what God said. Let's read it. Now, hold up. Now, first in thought, Cain had the first thought. To send up an offering. Okay? Now, God said he did not accept Cain. Therefore, he did not accept his offering. The setup and the order of the offering was not set up just as yet. So therefore, because Abel was accepted, he sent up what? The blood of the flocks. He sent up flocks, which means, and when we are accepted by God, God will lead you towards doing the right and the correct thing. And when you're not accepted by God, he's going to lead you towards doing the wrong thing that is against God. And that's going to ruin you. That's right. It's going to ruin you, man. So now we got to ask ourselves, and sometimes I found myself asking me these same questions. Why did God use me to do this? What am I doing in my life that's causing God to use me to do this? I need to clean up. And if everybody thought that way, we'd be a better people.
That's called
We'd be
heart.
better. But guess what? We don't even have a heart to consider that. We don't even have a heart to look at oneself, to say, see, it takes a heart. I say it takes a heart for a person to look at and delve into self. And if you don't have a heart, you're not going to check yourself. All you're going to do is point the finger and put the blame on everybody else except for looking at self. Except for looking at self. And you put the blame on that one and put the blame on this one over here. Yeah. And then put the blame on that one over here. And it's because of you why I'm doing this. It's because of you why I'm in this state. No, it's because of you why you is in this state. Not me, not them, not that person. What are you doing in your life that's causing these uproars and these negative reactions in your life? Nothing is done without God allowing it. And when it's done, it's either positive or negative. Sometimes it's negative, and then God put it in your mind and make you think it was a positive move. So you can lead you down to the destruction. So he can lead you to destruction. Because he don't want you to consider. That's right. He don't want you to, he don't want your eyes opening up to see, wow, what I'm doing. No. Exactly. There's something you're doing in your life that's leading you towards that. This is what we got to realize, man. But we're not going to realize this playing around. Right. Hector. Huh? Playing around, Hector. Let's read.
Verse 8. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. Because it's what? The third day. Yes, the third day now. The third day, God said to burn it. I can't take the sacrifice and throw it in the garbage because it's holy. So God said, well, whatever they ain't eating on the third day, we must burn it. Okay, go ahead, read.
Because he had profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from
and that he said, oh man. All right, hold on. Now, he said, that soul shall be cut off. He said, therefore, everyone that eat it shall bear his iniquity. Okay? Now, to bear your iniquity means what? To bear your own sins. And when you're bearing your own sins, you're going to suffer punishment. We can't see sins. We can't see iniquities. Iniquities and sins is spiritual, which bears down on the spirit, which weakens the spirit, which allows the spirit to have a breach in the opening. And that opening gets bigger, and it gets wider, and it gets wider. And you can close it. There's a way to close it. There's a way to close that breach. There's a way to close that opening. But the only way to close that opening is by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. That's the only way. Now, God deals with time. Yeah. God deals with time. You don't have more time engraved than this one. So how in the world are you going to be so uplifting and think that you're better than this one when you just started doing what you're doing? You just started taking this seriously. You don't have 3 years taking this serious. Now all of a sudden you're walking on clouds. No, you still in the watching stage. God is still watching you because you ain't proved yourself yet. You still in probationary area. You ain't proved yourself yet, Hawk, man. Sometimes certain things happen, and then that's what struck you to do certain things. When it ain't take this to happen to strike that one. He was already that way. I said he was already that way. He already moved that way. But it took this, and this. It took everything to strike and move you. Huh?
Not saying it ain't good.
Not saying it ain't good, but I'm just showing you a difference. What moved you? It didn't have to move him. He was already moving that way.
Yeah.
It's a difference, which means that person is better than you.
That's right.
Yeah, he's better than you. Because it took this to happen for you to realize and snap you into existence.
Yeah.
When it didn't took him, it didn't take that person for this to happen to snap that one into existence.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Now, to bear means what? Also means to hold in the mind. When you hold sins and iniquities in your mind, when you think about it, forward thoughts separate from God. What God say? He says, sin lieth at the door, and unto you shall it be your desire. But what? He said, thou shalt, so you rule over it.
Rule it.
Rule it. Now, that command God gave to man. Women ain't need that. Women ain't need that. Now they need it. Now they need it. You know why they need it now? The only way a woman don't need that is she hearken to her husband. Because she do according to what a man says. And that's why God told the man he got to rule his spirit to do according to what God said, so that he can command his household according to what God said. Let's read it.
Verse 9. And when you reap the harvest of
hold up. It says to bear, right? He said, therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Right? Now, the word from cut off is iniquity. Iniquity means what? Iniquity means to alienate. Iniquity means what? To estrange.
Yeah.
Iniquity means to betray.
Yeah.
Iniquity means to deny.
Yeah.
Now, to alienate means you to cause to be withdrawn from.
Yeah.
You have, now we withdraw ourselves from God.
That's right.
Nobody pushed you away. You pulled yourself away.
Yourself away. That's right. Talk about it.
You done pulled yourself away. Huh? You done removed yourself from immediate contact.
Yeah.
You withdrawing yourself. And God stirred up certain situations to test you and prove you to see if you are going to withdraw yourself from his laws, commandments, and statutes by stirring up these situations to prove your loyalty, to prove your devotion towards God. To estrange means what? To cause someone to be no longer close. Huh? No longer close. That means what? There's no connection. There's no connection between you and God. There's no connection between you and God. So if there's no connection between you and God, there's no connection between you and God, then when you pray, God ain't hearing your praise. You are cut off from the face of God. Okay? To estrange means what? No, antagonist. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God. It is a feeling that is stirred up. A feeling is something that's stirred up within oneself. And you stir these feelings up to oppose or to go against God. To betray means what? To be unfaithful to God. Failure to repent and to acknowledge, to deliberate disloyalty. Sin is betrayal to God. Now, in order to repent, you got to have a conscience. In order to acknowledge your fault, you got to have a conscience. Because if you don't have a conscience, you're not going to repent. And you're not going to acknowledge your wrongdoing.
Fact.
You're not going to acknowledge that you was wrong.
That's
You're going to always justify the things that you do.
Yeah.
All right? Let's read it. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
He said, when you reap the harvest of who? Of your land. So whose land is that? It's my land. And God is telling me what to do with my land. This is my crop. This is my land. And God is telling me what to do with my land. Which means we cannot be selfish. We can't serve God being selfish. We can't serve God having self-interest.
Yeah.
Only concerned with yourself. That's not what the laws teach us. So when we serve God, these laws is what gonna cause me to think for others and feel for others, consider others. That's why he said, when you go into the field, he said, don't glean it. Don't go in the field and grab everything and clean everything where ain't nothing there. Okay, go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. Thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and the stranger. I am the Lord your God.
He said, I shall leave them for the poor and the stranger. The poor and the stranger should be able to come to your field and feed and eat. Because we didn't have beggars. We didn't go on each corner begging. God told, look, he said, give them sufficient in that which he lacketh. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Ye shall not steal.
Ye shall not steal. Now, when you steal, you don't consider. When you steal, you covet. That's the only way you'll know if a man covet if he stole. Now, the steal is what? When you take something that don't belong to you. When you rob, you covet. Those are things that you have taken forcibly from a person. Okay? Robbery. God is against robbery. God is against stealing. God is against deceiving. All right? Now, go ahead. Now, where I'm at. Y'all follow. He said, you shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And you shall not swear. You shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shall thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. I am the Lord. Right? Now, when you lie one to another, you're not telling the truth. You don't lie. And most people lie. You lie
To what?
to protect.
He said it.
What?
He said it to get out.
To get out of trouble. You lie for self,
Yeah.
for yourself sometimes. And people say it's a defensive mechanism. But God ain't saying
It's
that.
a wicked
That's the
mechanism.
wicked.
It's evil. That's what they say.
It's a wicked mechanism.
But you know what God said? Disregard the person's feelings.
Fact.
Disregard everything else.
Fact.
And tell the truth.
Fact.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Sometimes we lie fearing the outcome of certain situations.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's why God said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might. So when you love God with all your heart, soul, and might, I don't fear. I'm not afraid of the outcome of when I tell you the truth. I'm not afraid of how you feel when I tell you the truth. So that means we don't love God 100%. We don't fear God 100%. We don't love God 100%. Right? Verse 12.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely.
You shall not swear by my name falsely. We done swore by the name of God and then lie. I swear I'm going to blah, 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 and you go against what you said. Sometimes we ain't got to swear. All you got to do is agree to a standard or agree to something, and you took oath. So you can't agree to nothing and don't accomplish it. That's why when my pops used to ask me, say, hey, what time you coming back? I said, well, I don't want to tell you a time, and then I come, and I don't come at the time that I told you, because then I'm going to be violated. I'm going to be back. I got to go take care of this, but I'm coming back.
I don't know
exactly. You know what he does after that? He laughed. He laughed after that. Because sometimes you want to get a certain taste. All right, where you coming back? He said, man, you trying to hang me up, man. What's up? He trying to get me. Go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. How do you profane God's name? We took on the name of God by surnaming ourselves after God, which is Israel. Anytime we sin, we profane God's name. When we make common use of the name of God, you profane it. To profane means to make common use. Okay? Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide
Thou
with thee all
shalt
night.
not defraud thy neighbor. Law ta'ashok, to oppress and extort. Oppression is when you abuse your authority, when you abuse your power. And we have people today that like to abuse their power. That's called oppression. That is oppression, man. King David wasn't that way. That's not how King David was.
Yeah.
King David had the power to kill Shimei, but he didn't kill him. You know what he said? He said, maybe God, he said, leave him. Told Abishai to leave him. Then he turned, he said, listen, maybe God told him to curse David. He put everything on God. Everything that happened in King David's life, he said, man, maybe God told him to do this. Man, I'm running this and this. Man, God is allowing this to happen. That's why he gave strict command to his men and told his men, don't touch my son. Because he had already accepted the punishment of God, and he already knew where all this was coming from. Because on the norm, Absalom would have never chased his father. That wasn't in his DNA. But God uproared and stirred up trouble within his house. Why? Because he violated what he heard. Because of what he did. So he stirred up trouble within his own house. So now I say that to say this, and we got to be careful. You being the head of your house, the things that you do in your life, God will stir up trouble within your house. And then he put spirits on certain ones in the house, all because of what the head did. All because of what the head done did. That's right. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night.
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night. Until what?
Until the morning.
Until the morning. So if you got a business, you got to pay the person at the end of the day. You got to pay the person at the end of the day. You can't pay the man every week, every 2 weeks, once a month, once every two. You got to pay the person gets their payment every day. So I'm not going to have a business and not able to pay that person at the end of the day because I don't bind myself according to the government's law. I don't bind myself according to the system. I bind myself according to God's law. This is what counts. The system and the government law means nothing to me. Nothing. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block
Thou
before
shalt
the
not
blind.
curse the deaf. The man is deaf. He can't hear. And when you're deaf, you can't talk because you got to be able to hear what you're saying. God said don't curse him because he can't hear what you're saying. You see the mindset and the heart of God? God shows you, this book shows you how to have a heart. This book shows you the things that we should be doing that denotes a good heart. You can't look at you and tell, oh, you got a good heart. No. I got to know what this person does that denotes him to have a good heart. It has to correlate with what God said. The book shows us how to have a heart. The book shows us how to purchase a heart. The book shows us how to acquire a heart, how to attain the ways of God by taking heed to every word that is in this book.
Yeah.
Tom Sheik.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Now, the word for stumbling block is a mixture. Omniscience means what? To cause the person to fall into waywardness. To cause the person to turn away from God. So when the person asks a question or asks certain things according to the laws of God, you need to show them the right and the correct way. We cannot detour people by telling them things contrary from what God said. All right? Because you're putting the stumbling block before them. You're causing them to fall into waywardness. You're causing them to fall into sin. Now, if they don't know, or if a person don't know, by all means, explain it to them. Sometimes I may explain it to them, and they may not understand how I explain it. No, I still don't understand. Okay, well, I got to make a call. I got to call someone else that is able to explain these things in simpler terms so that you can understand it clearer. Because sometimes I may not be explaining it clear enough for you. Tom sheet.
But shall fear thy God, I am the Lord. Verse 15, ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor.
You know what that is? That's partiality. That's being partial. That's being partial. The man is mighty and he got money. And because he's mighty, you lean towards his favor. But the person that you're leaning towards their favor, they are wrong, like two left shoes. You got to condemn them. The man is poor and he stole, you got to pay it back. See, the book shows us what to feel sorry for. The book shows us what to consider. The book shows us what not to consider. And this is our problem. We want to consider things according to our own mindset, according to how we feel, according to what you think is wrong, but it ain't according to how God feels. That's a problem. All right? He said, thou shalt not go up and down as a what?
Talebearer.
As a talebearer.
Among thy people.
Among thy people. What is a talebearer? The word for a talebearer is rakil. Rakil is a slanderer. A slanderer is one that defames another person's character. False statement. You done brought up and said a false statement about this person. Now, this false statement that you done voice is damaging to that person's character. It's damaging to that person's character. That's why we got to watch how we talk about people. We got to watch the things that we say about people. Because when we say certain things about people to other people, you are damaging that person's character. Now, whatever you say, it don't got to be true. It ain't true. Put your voice in it. Why? Because you're emotional.
Emotional damage.
Why? Because you're emotional. And because you're allowing your emotions to take over.
Go somewhere, man.
Tom sheet.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. How do you stand against the blood of your neighbor? My brother's in deep trouble. The Amorites is on him. And I allowed the Amorites to get on him by not protecting him and being there with him. Right? Now the Amorites came to me because they respected me. Yo, man, spoke to me about my brother. He said, all right. He said, listen, man, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Now the Amorites move on this particular brother and they kill him. I stood against the blood of my neighbor.
Yeah.
Tom sheet.
Thou shalt in any wise, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Now we're going to see what denotes hatred. What did God say is hatred? One thing we got to realize is the book had its own meaning.
I'll tell you what it means.
The book tells you the meaning of hatred. All right? Now let's read. What denotes hatred? Right? He said, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin on his account. So if I don't rebuke my brother by telling him where he's going wrong at, then God is going to charge me with what that person did, with what he did. Okay? So I might as well have done the same thing. So when I don't rebuke my brother, God said, you hate him. He said, you despise him. You go and you tell everybody else about what this brother is doing except for the person that's doing it. Because you like the gossip. Man, brother so-and-so did this, this, and this, and this. You know what's the next thing the person's supposed to say? Did you tell him? Did you go and tell him? Did you say anything to him? Huh? Just like you did. Man, listen, you know you ain't supposed to be doing this. So-and-so said dot, 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 dot. Square, read.
Thou shalt not avenge.
Thou shalt not avenge.
Nor bear any grudge.
Nor bear any grudge. Now hold that right there at avenge. God stopped King David from taking vengeance on himself. From taking vengeance. So if it was a nice thing to take vengeance, now mind you, it was against his own brother, his own people. His own people. It's different. Well, and you know what? You hear people say, oh, that's not my people, but we serve the same God. So you're playing a thin line, man. I said we serve the same God. Huh? We serve the same God. We may be doing things different, but one thing we can agree on is that we serve the same God. Guess what? Guess what? Ezra was on a different. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an excellent example to stop this foolishness that people like to talk, and we talk off the emotions, and we don't realize the things that we say and the things that we do that can be damaging to ourselves because we get so emotional, too emotional. Ezra was a man that was highly regarded by God, and the people was not on his level. The people did things and moved in a way that Ezra did not accept, that he would never do. And guess what? He still looked at them as my people because they served the same God. He said, Ezra told God, he said, listen, he said, these people, God is known in these people. Your name is known only in these people, regardless of what they was doing. So we look at these people in our emotional states, here and now, and we tell, oh, damn, my people, I'll do anything to them. Hey, go ahead. Oh, damn, my people, you start slandering and backbiting. You playing a dangerous game, man. You playing a dangerous game. I don't slander and backbite nobody. I don't care if they eat blood and fat. Go tell them. Go tell them it's wrong. Now, you say, you're eating blood and fat. That's not defamation. That's not slander. They're doing it. But when you say certain things like, man, Chief so-and-so is a homo, man. How do you know he's a homo? How do you know? How do you know that he's a sodomite? How do you know that? I'm telling you, man, stay away from me, man. You stay away from me. Because you're the type of person that get emotional. You just start running your mouth on anybody. You just start talking and talking and talking and talking. What makes you think they ain't going to talk about you? They talked about you before. Yeah, they talked about you. It just ain't your turn. Yeah, laugh. It ain't your turn to be talked about. Because you are in good graces and in good favor. But as soon as you turn out of favor and they get angry at you, they go to little locks.
Yeah.
and they start talking about other people and stuff.
Yeah.
You just like a backsliding heifer.
Yeah.
You worse, man. Men are gossipers, man. We gossip too much. Yeah. That's all we do is gossip. And we talk and we talk and talk and talk and talk. Let's read.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the
Thou shalt
children
not
of thy
avenge,
people.
nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. Huh? A grudge is what? What is a grudge? Do anybody know what a grudge is? A grudge is when you can't let go. When you hold certain things. When you hold it and you hold it, and grudges turn into hatred because you refuse to let it go. It becomes a vendetta.
Any chance you get. Yeah.
You can't let go of that. Grudges, listen, you need to let go of it. But guess what? That's you telling them. They got to realize that. They got to realize that themselves and tell themselves, well, you know what, man? I got to let go of this. Who said that? God. Anything that God said to let go of, it ain't good. It's damaging to you. Huh?
It's all for you. That's right.
You holding the grudge, you're only damaging yourself. The person that you holding the grudge against, he ain't grudging. He ain't even thinking about you.
You're miserable.
Like a brother told me, the more you hold on to it, the heavier it becomes.
Right.
Huh? The heavier it becomes. He said, get a cup of water and pour the water in there. And you hold that water. Don't drop it and don't put it down.
Yeah, hold it.
And in time, that cup will become heavy and wearisome to you. In time. Because you still want to continue to hold that cup of water. Yeah. My brother said that. Prince Zachariah. I like that saying.
Very good example.
Very good example. You got to come up with a Proverbs. Brother got to come up with some Proverbs or something, man. You having some good sayings. But it makes sense, man. It makes sense. The longer you hold on to that cup, is the longer it gets heavy and wearisome. It comes upon a time when you gotta let it go. Gotta let it go. And release it. To find some type of satisfaction with yourself so that you can progress. You cannot progress holding on to hang-ups. You can't progress. There's no progressing. Time sheet.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord.
He said, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So don't punch me in my face and think you're going to want to get punched back. Don't treat me a certain way if you don't want to get treated back. Don't say certain things to me if you don't want it to be said back to you. You know, I see brothers say certain things, curse word, and then the other one that he cursed back at him, he gets in a rage. And he charges you. I ain't gonna say, hey, wait a minute, man. You just told him that. So now because he returned the favor, you getting angry? That's not godly. That's not righteousness. And God teaches us against these things. God said, the camp is not moving. The wilderness with numbers with Miriam, because Miriam got hit with leprosy. Moses turned to God. He said, alas, O Lord. He said, heal her now. What God said. He said, for Father, spit in her face. Shall she be unclean 7 days? That was a metaphor.
Yeah.
You know why that was a metaphor? Because the father ain't spit in their children's face. Nobody spit in nobody's face. The only time any type of spitting went on was when the man had his shoe loose. Was that the and he said he shall spit in his face. I think let's go to Deuteronomy 20. Let me check it out. I gotta check that out. I think the loose his shoe and spit in his face. If I'm not correct, I think that's what it says. He said the one because yeah, he didn't want to raise up seed for his dead brother. So the woman had to loose his shoe and spit in his face. She gone and imagine she got a cold and she done hawked up some green, yellow condiments. And she done hawked and spit that in that man's face. You got bits of food, you got corn, you got pieces of oatmeal, you got rice, you got lentil beans, you got kidney beans, all that stuff sliming down his face. Come on, man. That's the only time any type of spitting went on. So when we do certain things, expect it to be done back. That's what stops you from doing things to people. God said eye for an eye. I said, God said tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, strike for strike. So you strike out your servant's eye, let him go free for his eye's sake. That's the heart of God. The book teaches you to have a heart for other people, for your brothers. So I'm not going to put my hands on you if I don't want you putting your hands on me. That's right. I'm not going to do that. And we have to realize that. No matter how many times we read, but some of us don't read, well, we walk around with all these holy ornaments, garments, frontlet, bracelet. Then the only time, then we start talking about God. But you can't see within yourself that if you put your hand on someone, look for that person to put his hand back on you. Come on, man. You got to get away from me, man.
Yes, keep your distance.
Keep the distance, bro.
Keep your distance.
You can't do that, bro. That's not right. That's not godly. Let's read.
Yeah. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse
Ye shall
kind.
keep my statutes. Huh? He said, do not let, what? Read that again. What verse you at?
Verse 19.
Go
You
ahead.
shall keep my statutes.
You shall keep my statutes.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not sow thy field.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Now, people may say the reason why the ox didn't work with the ass is because it was an uneven yoke. But Brother Yakanan, I want you to show me in the book where it says it's an uneven yoke. You got to find that for me. But I can show you why God said that. He said because it's a mixture. You'll be mixing them. Hybrid. Gendering them. They had separate living quarters. The oxes worked with the ox. Not because the ox was stronger than this or this one is taller than the other one. Nowhere in the book states that. The reason why God said don't work the ass and the ox together because you'll be gendering them. You'll be mixing them. Okay?
Nobody has an uneven.
That's why.
Nobody does that.
Nobody. Let's read.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
Thou shalt not plant. Plant. To sow means to plant. To sow means to plant. So if you start getting fruits from cross-pollination, I'm going to eat those fruits because God is talking about planting. He's talking about planting two different seeds. Cross-pollination are not cross fruits.
No.
God is talking about planting two different seeds. I didn't read nowhere in here where God spoke about pollination and the wind blew and took the seeds and transferred it over to here. That's why you got different types of apples.
Gourds,
That's right.
Wild apples.
That's right.
Anything wild, it pollinates.
It's not right, but God wasn't talking about that.
No.
He's talking about planting. planting 2 types of seed. Nowadays, everything is crossed.
Yeah,
Everything is crossed. What I'm gonna do? Not eat my fruits, not eat my vegetables. I'm not gonna eat a nectarine, but I'm gonna continue eating apples. I'm not gonna eat. I heard grapefruit is crossed, but I'm gonna continue eating my oranges. I'm gonna stick to the basic fruits. You can eat your grapefruits. That's your choice. God gave us a choice. Don't get mad at me because I chose not to eat grapefruit. Don't get mad at me because I chose not to eat nectarine. That's my choice. And don't argue and fight with me with my choice because God ain't arguing with me. God gave every man a choice. Right. You want to eat a nectarine? By all means, I'll even buy you one. Knock yourself out. You want me to cut it in 4 pieces for you? I cut it in 4 and peel it and put it on the plate. Suck on it. Suck it dry. I said suck it dry. I don't want to see no pulp. Eat the whole thing. Eat the skin too. Enjoy. Have fun, garçon. I don't want it. And I don't want no piece of it. I'm just going to stay away from it. And you have certain vegetables that's crossed too. I heard broccoli is crossed. You got a lot of crossed vegetables. I think almost every one of them. Carrots are crossed. So we can't, there's no way to go around that. My father brought a book and it shows us every fruit and vegetable that was crossed. Every fruit and vegetable that was crossed. Most of the vegetables, he said, was crossed. I'm not going to stop eating my vegetables. I got to eat my vegetables. See, God put us in certain situations because of what happened in the past. Because of what happened hundreds and thousands of years ago. When he gave us a command, when he gave us a command and told us to follow his laws, his commandments, his statutes, right? That's right. The brother said, do cross-reference. Cross-reference, do your research, and be mindful of the source of your information. Right. You got to do cross-reference because people pull up certain information and speak so quick, and it ain't formed. It ain't solid.
They believe in
it's not validated.
They believe in the Kohen.
It's not validated.
Don't believe the Kohens.
So you gotta do your cross-reference. Yeah. You gotta do your research, man, to get this thing right and correct. All right, where we at? Let's read.
The bottom of 19.
Go ahead.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee.
It said, neither shall a garment of mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. Now, this information was gotten from a brother from California. And this brother, his name is Yehoshua, right? And how did he get this information? Because the man got a little determination to serve God.
I think a little bit more than a little.
The man got some determination to serve God. And he wants to make sure, right? But this information proves that not everything God tells us, he explains. The man got determination to serve God, right? So now the brother found, it says, do not wear mixed fabrics. I thought Prince Zachariah had it, but this was Yehoshua, right? It said a doctor named Heidi Yellen did a study on fabrics, and this was the conclusion. The human body has a signature frequency of 100 in organic cotton, of 100, and organic cotton is 100. Therefore, you don't want to wear a garment under 100 that is lower than the frequency of the human body.
We have frequencies.
So my body frequency is at 100. And it's saying that to match my frequency, I must continue to wear 100% material, 100% cotton, 100% linen, 100% wool to match my frequency. Okay? All right? It said a sickly, nearly dead person has a frequency of 15. And materials such as polyester, rayon, silk, and spandex register at 15. Science proves that any fabric worn that has a frequency less than 100, our bodies put a strain on us, which causes diseases, inflammation, and other sicknesses. The only super fabrics are wool and linen. Does that mean it's straight? Does that strike? Why do you think Paulie said, man? Paulie said, man, he said, I gotta stop wearing cotton.
That's right.
This was before we found this out.
Way before.
But God was moving them towards that.
Right.
So he said, yo, I gotta stop wearing cotton. I said, why? He said, because they didn't wear cotton in the book.
That's right. No.
That's why it says, as of linen and woolen. They only wore linen and wool.
That's right.
They only wore linen and wool, right? Both measuring, now the only super fabrics are wool and linen. Both measuring in a 5,000, which energizes the body and helps fight diseases. As for linen and wool, they have the highest atomic frequency signature of any fabric, totaling 5,000. So when you combine the two together, they cancel out each other. That's why God said, don't mix the fabrics. The laws give life, man. The laws of God give life. And I read this, and I got this information from Yehoshua. Remind me of a man, remind me somewhat of was it Ezra? Ezra. You know why? Because he did the same thing like Ezra. This man just separated himself from his whole family. He separated himself from his wife and his children. Yeah. Why? To do God's law, man. You know what that means? You know how much that stands and why that stands in the eyes of God? Oh, he didn't love his wife. Why you know he didn't love his wife? Oh, he didn't love his children. How you know he didn't love his children? But he loved God over his wife and children. That's the difference. And that's what counts.
That's right.
I said the man left off from his whole family.
That's right.
Why? To serve God.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You gotta recognize that. And if you telling me, oh, he faking, that's not faking.
No, he empty-handed.
That's not faking.
He gonna fake that.
Can't touch it.
That's empty. Look.
Can't touch it.
Look.
Can't
Look,
touch
man.
that, man.
Look, man.
Can't touch that, man.
Look, man.
Come on, man.
Look, man. Most dudes is worried about their family.
Yeah.
My family, man. I can't lose my family. This man said, man, forget my family. Yeah. He said, I'm going to serve God. Yeah. You can't get no better than that. Let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 20. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid.
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid. Now, the word for bondmaid is shifka. It means a maid servant. A maid servant. Correct me if I'm wrong. 20, I think it's verse 20. Right? It says, Isha, Shikbat, 21. I've got to find the verse. I think the word is shifka. Shifka means a maid servant. All right? Now, betrothed to an husband. Betrothed meaning engaged. So the maid servant has got engaged to a man, to a man, and not at all redeemed. She wasn't free, nor freedom given her. She shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Now, the word for scourge, it means to beat. He said you should beat the maidservant, which is wrong. When you go into the Hebrew, the word for scourge, it means to diligently inquire. It means to inquire about the situation. Yeah. It means to inquire about the situation.
Proper examination.
Proper examination. Find out what took place. We can't jump to conclusions, jump to your mindset, jump to things that you done conjured up in your mind. Can't. Because whatever you done conjured up and stirred up in your mind, you could be wrong. Time sheet. He said what?
She shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Verse 21. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord.
Notice she didn't got to bring up no trespass offering. He has to bring up the trespass offering. He got to bring up the trespass offering. Unto God, read.
Unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord, for his sin which he had done. And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when
okay, we don't have a priest today. I said we don't have a priest to make atonement for our iniquities. So when Yom Kippur come around in September, stop thinking that your sins is gone because you fasted. I fasted. That don't mean nothing. You got to go through the procedure that God have here. The priest has to mention or confess, has to confess the sins of the nation upon the head of the scapegoat. And then the scapegoat let loose into the field, into the wild, because that goat can't be eaten. Now, by a fit man. Now, when the man come back from taking that goat into the wild, you know what the man got to do? He has to wash. Why? Why he got to wash? Because the iniquities, the sins, that goat is a spiritual uncleanness that went down. Now I have become unclean. All those sins of the nation has been transferred. The sins of the nation has been transferred on the head of the scapegoat. You know what that is? Do we realize that that's heavy, man?
Let a nigga eat that goat.
I said, that's heavy, man.
Let a nigga eat the goat.
That's heavy. And because of these things that's not going down now, the same sins it's piling up. You know, just like, you know why it's piling? Because we haven't stopped. We haven't stopped. We are continuing, and we are going. We going further and digging ourselves deeper and deeper into sins, into iniquities, with no way of getting rid of it because we haven't stopped. Yes, the honoring of your father make atonement for sins, but you can't honor your father thinking that the sin's going to be atoned by you violating it. You can't rob and say, I honor my father and God is going to excuse me for this robbery. Okay. That don't work like that. Okay. That doesn't work that way. Because you got to explain that because people think you can violate the laws of God and say, well, I honor my father, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Wrong. That's the wrong idea. You cannot sin presumptuously and then the only thing you do is honor your father and think that everything that you do is forgiven. You're a fool, man. You're a fool for thinking that.
I honor, but I shave.
You honor your father, but you shave. You're a fool for thinking that. You honor your father, but you murder. You bugging. Let's read.
And when you shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manners of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
Uncircumcised.
3 years shall it be as uncircumcised.
3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, which means you can't touch it. This is the laws of the land. If we kept the laws of the land, the fruits will be able to grow to their increase. This is why we had the laws of the land. Because you know the type of work that the tree has to do to push out another apple after you done picked it. After you done gleaned it and took all the fruits off, the tree got to work again. You got to work to produce more fruits. So what happens if that tree keep working and producing? The land gets tired. The land gets tired. That's why Hannah said, He said the woman that has borne many children has become feeble, has become weak. My mom's pushed out so many children, she pushed out 13. 13 or 12. The last one, she ended up catching an aneurysm because it was too much. It's strenuous on the body by pushing and pushing and pushing. Pushing. That's the conception that God was talking about in the beginning, man. I said, that's the curse that God put on woman today. But guess what? They still desire it. They still desire it. They still desire it. Even though God said what he said, but a woman will still desire that. She's still going to desire that. I want to have something that belongs to you. One chick looked at you. I don't care what you say. I don't care how much you angry. I don't care how many times you yelling. You could bust vessels. Blood could be popping out your eyelids. But I got you right here. I got you right here, baby. There's always going to be a connection right here. I got this.
Yeah, you can talk that junk you want, bro.
You talk all that junk you want. I got him right here.
They do that with
Oh, yeah. Let's read it.
3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of.
3 years shall what?
3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of.
It shall not be eaten of.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise
You see the steps
Lord.
and stages? 3 years you don't eat from it. The 4th year, you give it to God.
This is how you
But God don't eat fruits. How do we give these fruits, the first fruits, to God? By giving it and bringing it to the priest, to the temple. Because when you give to the priest, when you give to the high priest, you done gave to God. So the tithes and the fruits and all these offerings we give to the temple because that's how the priests and the high priest ate.
Right.
His family ate that way. The children ate that way. He ate that way. That's their portion. Because God took, Lewi means to join. Now, Leah didn't know what she was saying. She said, man, this son is going to join my husband to me. Because to tell you to go back in time now, Jacob didn't want Leah. Jacob was tricked into marrying Leah. And he didn't have a hedonistic mentality. His mentality was, once I stuck it, once I had sex with it, man, no matter how I ended up sleeping with her, I have to keep her. I have to keep her. No, you tricked me. I don't want it. No, they don't care. The fact remains that you had sexual cohabitation with that woman. So you have to keep her now. So now, what Jacob had to do? Jacob had to work 6 more years or 7 more years to get Raquel. You see how many years he worked to get his wives? He worked 7 years to get Raquel. He was tricked, and he sent in the sister, the older sister, which was Leah. In the morning when he woke up, he said, yo, what's this, man? I worked 7 years to marry Raquel. Why did you put Leah in here? He said, well, it's not our custom to give the younger before the older. Then you should have told me that. But Laban had a lot of games with him. So then Jacob had to work another 7 years for Raquel. So now he finally got Raquel, the woman that he truly loved. And that was definitely, see, people say love at first sight. You could love someone at first sight. You could really love somebody at first sight. It's just something about you that just connected me to you that I just couldn't let go. I couldn't let go of you. No matter what this woman put me through, I still continue to pursue. I pursue. She done turned her back and left out the door. And I ain't seen her for 3 years. I'm still pursuing her. Because you got that connection. It's a connection there. That's that love at first. Jacob looked at Raquel and he loved her. He loved her. It didn't take him to have time with her. Man, I can't love you yet. No, I don't love you yet, sister. Man, I just met you. I gotta get to know you. That's the heathenistic mindset. That's the heathenistic mindset, man. When we got with a woman, we desired her to be our wives, and we loved her, and we cared for her. We didn't sample it first. Nowadays, brothers want to see the woman if she's not neat. Nah, man, I don't want her, man. Yeah, she's pretty and all, but she's not neat. I can't mess with that, man. Let's read, man.
Verse 25. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof.
In the 5th year shall we eat of the fruit thereof,
that it may yield unto you the increase thereof.
That it may yield to you an increase thereof.
I am the Lord your God.
I am the Lord your God.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood. Lord have mercy.
Talk about it.
I think every chapter should have that verse in it.
Every chapter, that's right.
My sister brought me some lamb and sheep steaks. She had some cut up in cubes. And I'm soaking the meat. See, when you get the blood out, to get the blood out the meat, being that it's not a fresh kill. Abraham was able to eat flesh the same day because it was a fresh kill. So when you get a fresh kill, when you catch the deer first hand, after running around, blood running, you take them, you hang them upside down, you split the arteries, cut his neck, let him drain that whole blood out. So then when he told Sarah to prepare something, she was able to prepare it the same day.
Same day.
Today, we can't prepare it the same day because we go and we take the animal, we skin them, we clean them, chop them up in pieces and freeze them. We put them in the freezer. Now the blood becomes frozen within the meat.
That's right.
So because the blood becomes frozen within the meat now, the only way to get that blood out is to soak it in salt water. You cannot cook the blood out.
There's no such thing.
You got brothers that thaw the meat out, and then once the meat is thawed out, they season it.
Yeah.
And then they put it in the pan to fry, and they said the blood is gonna cook out. Man, I was watching the video. The brother was cooking some meat. The meat was bloody. What makes the meat red meat? Red meat is not red meat.
Meat is not red.
It's bloody meat.
The blood makes it
when
red.
you take the blood out, the meat is gray now. One person said the meat looks sick. That meat don't look good. I had somebody tell me that. I'm soaking the meat. Man, what's wrong with that meat? That meat don't look good, man. It's good. It is good. It's just not usual to your eyes. You're not used to seeing that meat like that. So one day I'm soaking the meat.
How long,
the meat is great on the outside. So a brother told me, he said, man, I don't see no blood, man. That meat ready to go.
It's ready to go.
Righteous eaters of flesh.
How long you soaked it?
It was 2 weeks I had it soaked. 2 weeks.
Right.
The Spirit of God, the Spirit of wisdom came upon me and said, oh, don't cook it yet, brother. I took the chunks, took a knife, I cut it in half. Bro, when I opened it,
it's like he never soaked it.
It's like I never soaked it. The whole inside was bloody. So then I took all those things out of the bowl, put it on the table. I cut every last one of them. All of them was bloody inside. Cut it. Put it back in the salt water and soaked it. Look, it came a point in time when it came a point in time that I got impatient and I said, man, forget this.
It was over a month.
The next spot where it went was the garbage.
Yeah, that's the Spirit of the Lord.
Basura.
I said that's the Spirit of God.
It went right into the garbage.
That was a month of soaking.
Right into the garbage.
It was a month of soaking.
Yeah, that's the Spirit of God.
Right into the garbage.
Yeah,
I didn't want no parts of it.
Yeah.
I didn't want no parts of it. Now, blood, it gives you a direct connection, a direct contact to witchcraft. I said blood gives you a direct contact to witchcraft. There's a thing called bloodbath. And you know what the blood that they use? Chicken blood.
Why do you always use chicken blood?
And the person that took the blood bath, he said, I had to keep the blood of this chicken on me for 7 days. And egg yolk. And at the end of the 7 days, I don't even want to tell you what happened. Let's read.
You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantment.
You should not you should not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantments.
Nor observe time.
Nor observe times. What is observed times? What is enchantments? Right? Now, enchantments is nakash. The same word that's used for the snake. The same Hebrew word that's used for the snake. It means divination and augury. Right? What is augury or augury? Am I pronouncing it correct? Augury. It means predicting the future, especially by omen. When you predict the future, they take your hand and they can tell your lifespan, and they can tell this and they can tell the other. Right? Okay?
Looking for love.
Divination, seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means. Sometimes you're my son. And I don't want you to be with that person or to be around these people or to be around this. They can conjure up something. Conjure up because I got everything I know about you. You're my kid. I got your clothes. I know your name. All I got to do is get some dried bones from this and put your name in this and conjure up something. Boom, boom, boom. And then guess what? By me doing all that is what caused you to depart. It affects your spirit. You got to be careful, man. You got to be careful. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 26. Neither shall you use enchantment nor observe times. Verse 27. You shall not round the corners of your head.
Now, this is something that all Israel is doing.
Let's say it again, drama.
This is something that all Israel is doing, and they refuse. They refuse to stop. Look, I walk through on you because look, I be seeing all the chairs in the barbershops filled by Israelites.
That's right.
Brother Godson, brother this one, Chief so-and-so, Prince. Look, look. Kohen Haggadol.
Yeah. Talk about it.
The Kohen Haggadol. The high priest. And he knows so much Hebrew. But he can't read that verse in the Hebrew.
Right.
You know why? Because they don't go into that Hebrew.
Talk about
that verse. They stick to the rounding of the heads, which was Hamitic customs, and they stick to that, and they don't go no deeper.
That's correct.
Okay? They don't go no deeper. Now, I'm going to go into this, and then we're going to go into another banger. Right? Now, what verse we at?
27.
27. He said, ye shall not round the corners of your heads. Lo takwipu. Takwipu come from the root word kwipa, means to skim off. Ye shall not skim off a payat. Payat is a side section, lock, or curl of your head. It's not talking about your actual head. It's talking about the hair on your head.
Yeah.
I had to explain that to one person because the person said of your head. It's talking about the actual head. Don't be a fool.
Yeah.
Don't be a fool.
Yeah. See,
when we read the book, we got to have common sense. We got to be able to comprehend
that's right.
what you're reading. A lot of people cannot comprehend what they're reading because they haven't finished school. Yeah. Hey, brother, you finished high school? No, man. No, I ain't finished high school, man. Hey, brother, you got a GED? No, man, I ain't got no GED, man. I dropped out of 6th grade. Hey, brother, you finished school? No, I dropped out of 9th grade. When did you realize that you needed to go back to school and get an education so you can survive in society? When? Don't look at me like that, sister. When? So now, because of that, we can't comprehend. So we ain't supposed to be having haircuts. When it speaks about Absalom pulling his hair, to pull your hair means to shorten the length. When Elisha was bald, his hair fell out. He didn't bald his hair naturally. Okay? Now, when you have locks and it's long, I can shorten the length of my locks. Because I ain't cut off a side section lock or curl. All right?
The side of your head.
Right. Well, Lord, now the book never showed us and told us where are the corners.
That's true.
Don't go to Kabbalah. Don't tell me about the Shooter Don't go into none of these Jewish mythicism. Talking about, oh, the corners is right. Man, please, brother. Yeah. You can't tell me where the corners is because the book never showed you where the corners is. Shoot the kangaroo. That's what I call it. Shoot a kangaroo, shoot the kangaroo.
Kohanes know what they talking about. They bald though.
Look, next thing, the brother talked bad about the Jewish man, but then they start talking about Pasha.
Come on, man.
Where did Ezra have a Pasha?
Come on, man. Yeah, fool.
He said he read the whole book of the Lord. There was no portion of the week. I read and I go into whatever I please to go into. There's no portion or specific portion that we need to go into. But this is all Judaism. Now, brothers is explaining the law. Brothers is explaining the law by Judaism. Yeah. They're using Judaism to explain the law.
Yeah.
It said, well, Lord, tashkit, and you shall not. Tashkit means to corrupt. Et peyat zekwaneka. Zekwaneka is your beard. Okay? They did not trim their beard. Yeah. All right? They did not corrupt their beard. The only thing that they trimmed was their mustache. When they spoke about trimming your beard with Ishbosheth. With Ishbosheth, look in the Hebrew and it says safam. Safam means your mustache. Yeah. Okay?
English is
so guess what? We trim our beard and we let our mustache grow all over like into our mouth. I said, brother, how do you kiss your wife, man? How in the world do you kiss your wife with all that mustache going over your lip, covering the top part of your lip? You can trim that, you know. But he chose to trim his beard instead of trimming his mustache.
Yeah. The wool out there. The wool out there. I say the wool out there.
Okay, so now we're going to cut that. And we're going to go into Psalms 101.
Just put their face like God commands you to do it. Come on, man.
Let's go to Psalms chapter 101.
Come on, man.
You got it, brother?
Yeah.
Hey, John.
I read it.
Hey, John.
Psalms 101.
People shake their beards.
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
You said?
I said, people shave their beards like God give you a command to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Psalms chapter 101.
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
The only man. I said, this was the only man that it came the thought to make songs dedicated to God.
Uh-oh.
I said, this was the only man that dedicated songs to God. He said, I will sing of mercy. He said, I'm going to sing of your mercy, O God, and of your judgments, O Lord, will I sing. Read.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Do we behave ourselves wisely?
No.
Sometimes we get all emotional and get out of context, and we end up out of the way. We end up out of the way. So we gotta really be on point with ourselves. Okay? Behave myself wisely. The word for wisely is askila. Askila means to prosper, means to be wise, it means to be prudent, it means to be circumspect. So in order to find out the definition, in the ways of God, you need a Hebrew dictionary and an English dictionary. And when you're looking up these words in the Hebrew, then you transfer it into the English dictionary. It has to correlate with what the book says.
That's right. Got to coincide with the book.
It got to coincide with what the book says.
Yeah.
Okay? It has to match the book said.
Yeah.
Prudent. How do we be prudent? Right? Prudent means to be cautious. Caution or circumspection as to danger and risk. Caution and circumspection as to danger or risk. So you know what that means now? If I do this, whatever we do, we have to have God in mind.
That's right.
We gotta have God in mind always.
Right.
If I make this move, will I be in violation of the laws of God?
Uh-oh.
Might be risky.
If I make this move, I may be risking it, risking something.
Uh-oh.
Or I may be treading a thin line. I may be in violation.
Uh-oh.
Okay? Now, prudent also means the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. Now we're going to go into the definition of govern. We're going to go into the definition of reasoning. Because how do we govern ourselves? What does it mean to govern yourself? To govern yourself means what? Having control or rule over yourself.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Having control or rule over yourself, which means you do not allow your emotions to get the best of you, and you act out of context.
Yeah.
And you act out of context. You are not prudent.
Yeah.
You cannot govern yourself.
Yeah.
You are not prudent. You are not askila. Huh? Okay. Reasoning. So when you govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. What is reasoning? Reasoning is what? The action of thinking about something in a logical way. Not an emotional way, but a logical way, which means it has to make sense. It has to make sense. Okay? What is circumspect? Circumspect means what? Wary and unwilling to take risk. Careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. Which means when I violate and I do certain things that is against God, I got to consider that there is a circumstance that comes with this.
No point.
There is a possible consequence that comes with this. Okay? Time sheet.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? Like he yearning for the presence of God to come towards him. King David was something else, man. King David was something else. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
Uh-oh. He said, I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. To walk, right? Yalak means to follow a certain course or procedure. The course is your direction. To follow a certain direction and to follow a certain procedure. Okay? Now, what is a procedure? The procedure is what? A traditional or established way of doing something. A traditional, what is a traditional? Anything that is traditional, it is inherited. It's passed down from parents to children, from children to their children. It's passed down from generation to generation. So it's an inherited pattern of thought. You taught that kid how to think. All right? A traditional or established way of doing something. Okay? Tom Sheet.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
She said, well, hold up. Walk within my house with a perfect heart. You know what a perfect heart is? A perfect heart. A perfect heart is a perfect mind. A perfect mind are perfect thoughts. A perfect mindsets. You know what that is? It means a perfect heart is a responsive heart. Right? A responsive heart is action oriented and chooses to change for good, not having excuses for your own faults. Okay? When we are at fault with God, we have to be action oriented, means we have to improve. We got to do good. We got to take heed. Action oriented, ready to put forth actions. Ready to put forth actions according to what you did that was wrong by God. That's why the brother said when we do wrong and when we violate a law, he said we got to improve. We got to do good, which means I got to do better, which means I got to do something in that law to replace the evil that I've done. Like a person may say, oh, I did this almost out to show you that I'm sorrowful for this right here. I'm going to fast for 3 days. That's action orientated. Okay?
Yeah.
Now we have to be action orientated. Means we have to improve. We got to do good. To do something, including the law, to show God that you're sorry. To show God that you're sorry, man. Go ahead, Tom Shee.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. To set means what? To lay before oneself. To lay before oneself. I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. So when a person turns away from God, you can hate that. Not the person. I hate what they're doing. God never told us to hate the direct person. He said hate the evil. God said hate the evil. Man, I hate these niggas, but you got a problem. You got a problem, man. You got a problem. Hate is a very strong word, man. Hate. God said, man, don't hate. He said, rebuke your neighbor and suffer sin upon him. On his account. Hate is a very strong word. Tom Shee.
It shall not cleave to me.
It shall not cleave. What verse you at?
That was 3. 4.
Okay. Cleave. To turn aside. He said, I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. Right? Let me go back. What verse was that? 3?
That was 3.
A forward heart. A forward.
That's 4.
No, that's 4. I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. Now, turn aside means what? Setim means to deviate from the laws of God. Once we turn away and we deviate from what God said, you had turned aside. Right. God said, I can hate that. He said, it shall not cleave to me. I will not be attached to that. Which means I can't be attached to you.
Right. That's right.
I got to break the attachment.
That's right.
I can't walk with you no more.
Talk about it.
Because you had deviated and turned away from the ways and the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
So because you have denoted hatred for God, I have to pull back.
Yeah, one the hard way.
I can't walk with you no more.
I say one the hard way.
Okay? Time sheet, verse 4. A
A
forward
heart shall depart from me.
A forward heart shall depart from me. A forward heart, the word for forward is ikesh. Ikesh means what? Ikesh means a crooked heart. And a crooked heart is a crooked mind. And a crooked mind are crooked thoughts. What is a crooked heart? What is a crooked mind? A crooked mind is when you deviate from what is right. When you deviate from rectitude. Rectitude means what? Rectitude is morally correct behavior or thinking. Rectitude is righteousness. Moral rectitude is when you refuse to be involved in something evil.
That's right.
Something that is contrary. Something that is against God.
Right.
The amount of morals that you have in you is what pulled you away from getting into that.
That's right.
All right? It also means a perverse mind. A perverse mind, what? To deviate from what is regarded right by God. Persistently holding on to what is wrong because it doesn't feel right with you. We hold on to things that God don't accept because you don't accept it.
Right.
And you can't find it in yourself to accept it.
Right.
So you will continue to hold on to it. That's a perverse mind. That's a perverse mind. Tom C.
I would not know a wicked person.
I will not know a wicked person. What verse is that?
That was the end of 4.
That was the end of 4. In the Hebrew, it says, I will not know evil. They don't say a wicked person. We know wicked people. But in the Hebrew, it says, I will not know evil, which means I don't want to have the knowledge of evil. I don't want to have the knowledge of how to get over. I don't want to have the knowledge of witchcraft and divinations. I don't want to hear these things because it turns my ears. I don't want to hear about it. Tom She.
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
What is slander? Slander, it means to make a false statement about someone. Slander is when you make a false statement about someone. Okay? Go ahead, read. Whoso privately slander his neighbor,
him will I cut off.
Him will I cut off. Him will I destroy.
Him that hath a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer.
What is a proud heart? A man or a person with a proud heart is an inflated sense of self-importance. Inflated sense of self-importance. Inflated means your head is big as the earth. You got a big head because you think so highly about yourself. Inflated sense of self-importance and a disregard for God and others. All right? Which means what? We all have a proud heart. Everybody in here, the world, have a proud heart. Why? Because we have self-importance and we disregard God and we disregard other people. Yeah. You don't think that what you're doing is going to affect this person. You don't think that what I said is going to hurt that person. So while we say things to other people and not considering how that person going to feel. While we say things about people and do things to people, not considering how that person is going to feel. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. People like that, I can't deal with you. Because you can't even see your wrong in what you did or what you said. You done told me, brother, hey, man, don't say that, man. Why you went and told that brother that, man? I told... What are you talking about, man?
Evil in you.
It's the evil in you that caused you to do that.
Yeah.
But yet you walking around with a frontlet and bracelet, turban and garment. Like you righteous.
With a head this big.
Oh, man. See, to serve God, you need a humble spirit. That's right. Let's learn this. I said to serve God, number one, you got to humble yourself to God. That's right. That's number one. When you humbling yourself to God, you're submitting to the will of God. Yeah. When you are humbling yourself to God, then I will humble myself to my brother. Yeah. I ain't say humble yourself to heathens because they're going to take advantage of that. And you got to know who you humble yourself to. That's correct. I can humble myself to one that served the same God like me. That's a fact. I can watch my words to one that served the same God like me. I can watch my actions with the one that served the same God as me. But in the back of your mind, you calling the brother, he ain't my brother. The man served the same God like you. Right. Okay, he eat blood and fat. But what you do? Exactly. You do something too. Everybody is doing something. Stop playing, man. Oh, you eat blood and fat. You're cutting your hair. thief.
Talk
But
about
you
it.
sin presumptuously. So we in the same cotton picking boat. Stop looking around like you different. You're not different. We're the same. I'm the same just like you. You know why? Because I still sin presumptuously, regardless of what it is. People think, oh, because I don't shave and I don't cut my hair and I don't eat blood and fat, it puts you on a high level with God. Listen, no. You know why? It don't put you on that high level because you still sinning presumptuously.
Talk about it.
You know when you go on that, you know when you start elevating, when you stop sinning presumptuously, you can say, man, I don't sin. Yeah, I don't sin presumptuously. I don't sin knowing that is iniquity.
Get on that path.
Till then, stop pointing the finger.
Get on that path.
Stop pointing the finger and look at yourself, man. Stop pointing the finger and look at yourself and get yourself right with God.
Yeah.
I don't have no time to be pointing the finger at nobody. We don't have time to be pointing the finger at nobody because we all are at fault with God. So humble yourselves and stop getting overly excited because you need to be getting excited at yourself.
Talk about
Because
it.
when it's talking about you, I don't hear nothing.
Talk about it.
Where we at?
Verse 6.
Let's read it.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me.
Wait a minute. Whose eyes? I said, whose eyes?
God.
God's eyes. You see who God's watching? He said, my eyes is upon the faithful of the land. What is faithful? What does it mean to be faithful?
Yeah.
Do we know how to be faithful?
Yeah.
So before we are faithful to God, we have to be faithful to what's in front of us.
Uh-oh.
Which is who?
Uh-oh.
I gotta be faithful to my parents.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
Talk about it.
I can also show faithfulness to my brother.
Talk about it.
I can also show faithfulness to my sister.
Talk about it.
Faithful, and if I can't be faithful with what's in front of me, I can't be faithful to God.
Yeah.
That's why you don't have no faithfulness to God.
Yeah.
Faithful is what? Is also conscientious. Conscientious means to have a conscience. Huh? And when you have a conscience, you have the mindset to make amends of your wrongdoing.
That's right.
Amends means to correct your wrongdoings, the things that you have done wrong. You have stirred up feelings to correct those things.
Yeah.
So if I offend you, I should be able to come to you, humble myself, and apologize, or say and voice my violation to you.
No, I'm getting away.
It didn't come to your mind to say, well, I gotta go apologize to this brother because I said this, and I did this, and I did this. Don't send word with this one to tell them you did it out in the open. Go humble yourself and do it out in the open too. Do it out in the open. The same way you did it, go out in the open and do it the same way. What's wrong with us? What is wrong with us? That mindset that we have, we are not going to get towards God with this mindset. All right? Now, when you're constantly with that mindset to make amends with God, to make corrections with God, then guess what? You start to do things like King David.
Uh-oh.
See, when King David messed up, he kept the mindset to make repairs with God.
Uh-oh.
That is the mindset that we need today. I said every last one of us, everyone that has surnamed themselves after the name of God, which is Israel, supposed to have that mindset. We all supposed to be having on sackcloth, fasting, praying, and humbling ourselves before God because we are at fault every day. We all. And that's the mindset of King David. Yeah. After he did that with Uriah the Hittite with his wife, after that, it was it. He became a different man. He enrobed himself in sackcloth, humbled himself before God until the day of his death. One thing happened after that. One part of the book said the Most High. One part of the book said Shatan, where it said that the Most High moved them to number the people. Which means what? What you get out of that? Why it says Shatan in one book? In one book said the Most High. God allowed Shatan to move him. God allowed him to move them to number the people, but not because of the sins of David. David was good after that. You know why? He moved David to number the people so that he can plague the nation. The nation was at fault with God, and he needed a reason to move on the nation. That's how God moves, man. That's how God moves. He will push you to do something out of context to stir up his wrath and move on you because it's due. You ain't moving fast enough. I'm telling you, man. Okay, faithful is also conscientious, right? Another definition of faithful, when you're faithful, you're established. Established means what? To set up on a firm, permanent basis. To set up on a firm, permanent basis. What is the firm, permanent basis? The laws of God. My father always said, he said, listen here, if you don't read nothing else, make sure you read that first five. That first five is what's going to strengthen you. The first five is what's going to keep you grounded. The first five is what's going to keep your mindset correct. Okay? Established also means what? When you have gained full recognition or acceptance by God. Remaining loyal and steadfast with God. What is loyal? What is steadfast? And what is commitment? Loyal means what? Showing firm and constant allegiance is commitment. All right? Showing firm and constant allegiance. What is commitment? Obligations that restricts freedom of actions. What restricts our freedom and restricts our action and restricts us from doing things? The law. The laws of God. So it restricts you from doing things that you want to do. Yeah. It restricts you from doing things and eating things that you want to eat. Yeah. Because God said, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't eat this. I can't drink this. I can't move that way. I can't go here. Because if I go here or if I move that way, then I'll be violating the laws. I'll be violating this. There's no, that's how you reason with yourself. Yeah. You reason with yourself using the laws and the commandments of God. Yeah. So that you don't slip. All right? Steadfast, firm, and not unwavering. Thomas, what verse you at? 6 still?
Verse 6, yeah.
Go ahead.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me.
I said, mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. Read.
He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight.
Okay. Yeah, okay, hold up. Dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. The word for perfect is tam. Tau memsophi. It means complete. It means whole. He that walketh in a whole or complete way. Now, a whole person in his full nature includes ways of thinking, ways of feeling, and actions. So it goes into your feelings, your thinking, and your action, right? Okay? Now, go ahead, read.
Verse 7, He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. Read.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight.
All right. A liar will not tarry in my sight. He that telleth lies will not tarry in my sight. Right? In the Hebrew it says, shikwadim Lo yikon. A liar would not be firm. A liar will not be firm. A liar will not be established. Okay? Now, by me lying, it weakens me. Lies weaken you. Weakens you. All right? Now, yikon means prepared, firm. Okay? Now, chop that and let's go to 1 Kings. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 21.
First Kings, chapter 21. And it came to pass after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard.
And it came to pass after who? After these things,
Naboth the
Jezreelite
had a vineyard.
Had a vineyard.
Which was in Jezreel,
Uh-huh.
hard by the palace of Ahab,
Near
king of
the palace of Ahab. Okay, right next to it. Because most of the time they would have vineyards and they got to travel miles away from their home, from where they live at to get to their vineyard. So this vineyard was very close, to the palace of Ahab, to the king's palace. Okay, Tom Sheet.
And Ahab spake unto Naboth, saying,
Now look what Ahab tells Naboth.
Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs.
He said, yo, let me get your vineyard, man, so I can have it for a garden of herbs. Now the word for a garden of herbs is what? It's yadak. Yadak means vegetables. He said, let me get this so I get a garden of vegetables. So I read.
Because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it.
Listen, money. I will replace it with a bad vineyard, or if you don't want that, I'll give you the money. I'll pay for it. Tom Sheet.
And Naboth said to Ahab.
Now look what Naboth tells Ahab.
The Lord forbid it me.
God forbid it me. You heard what he told him? God forbid it me. Naboth was not wrong for not giving him the vineyard. If you read Leviticus 27, then that will answer your question. When you get a vineyard that is inherited, the king himself can't touch that. God gave the instructions of the king. The king would take the vineyard, but he was prohibited from taking the inheritance. God said you can't touch that. God said that you can't touch that because the inheritance ought to be passed down. They can't touch the inheritance. It stays in that family. Check it out. Let's read it.
And Naboth said to Ahab, the Lord forbid it me that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee. And Ahab came into his house.
Look at Ahab. Ahab went into a house what?
Heavy.
And displeased. Heavy meaning sulky, sullen, sad. Now sulky means what? Moodily silent. You walking around, you're angry, and you're to yourself. So your mother comes to you and say, hey, boy, what's wrong with you? You said, nothing, your mama, all right? No, you ain't all right. Ever since I yelled at you, you've been quiet. You've been to yourself. I know you, boy. Don't play with me. Now I'm talking poorly because, hey, Charlotte, come here. Hey, what's up, Abba? What's wrong with you, man? Nothing. Don't lie to me, boy. After I don't yell at you and you've been quiet. You've been acting all weird. He said, don't lie to me, man. I know. He starts shaking his hand like this.
You ain't walking around no more.
You close the door in your room. You're in the room, all inside the room. And that's what Ahab went to his chamber, and he locked himself in the bed.
Yeah.
And he turned his back towards the wall, face towards the wall. Right? Go ahead.
Heavy and displeased because of the word which
sad and angry. Go ahead.
Because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him. For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my fathers. And he laid him down upon his bed and turned away his face and would eat no bread.
He went, laid in the bed, turned his face. He didn't eat no bread. He started fasting. He ain't eating nothing. Go ahead, read. He wasn't going to do nothing. He wasn't going to do nothing. Go ahead, read it.
But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said unto him, why is thy spirit so sad?
The first thing I noticed with this verse was that she noticed her husband. She paid attention to her husband.
That's right.
And by her paying attention to her man, she was able to notice and pick up that something is wrong with him, because my desire is supposed to be towards him. So if anybody is supposed to notice that, the wife's supposed to notice. Okay? Certain things the wife will peep that the children don't even see. Certain things the husband will peep that the children don't even see with his wife. Why? Because they are one. God said they are one. They not one with you. You're just a son. They ain't one with you. You're just a daughter. I'm one with my wife, and she's one with me. He said they shall become one flesh. They're one flesh, man. What he feels, she feels. What she feels, he feels. A lot of relationships ain't that way.
None.
Some is like that. I ain't gonna lie. Some is like you count on one hand.
Very rare.
Very rare.
That's right.
But you got some like that.
It's very rare.
What the husband feels, the wife is supposed to feel.
That's right.
And sometimes I gotta put myself in an uncomfortable situation to feel what you feel. To either feel what you feel or to please you. And vice versa. Let's go both ways. This ain't just the wife doing that to the husband. The husband does that to the wife. That's why Elkanah was able to peep and see his wife all sad because she couldn't conceive. He went to her and started spitting game. Elkanah started spitting game. He said, man, ain't no game. She just understand my story. She understand where I'm coming from. You know what he told her? He said, am I not better to thee than 10 sons? So why you laying around here all sad and stuff, man? You got me. I'm here with you. You ain't getting pregnant, no problem. I ain't sweating that. You got me. I'm here with you, man. So this was both hands. Husband and wife felt like that for each other. It can't be one-sided. Can't be one-sided.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead, read.
Why is thy spirit so sad that thou eatest no bread? And he said unto her, because I spake unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard. And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, doest thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite.
Go ahead.
So she wrote letters in Ahab's name.
First of all, she wrote letters in Ahab's name. How she did that? She got the signet, that ring. Go ahead. She wrote the letters in Ahab's name.
And sealed them with his seal.
Sealed them with his seal.
And sent the letters unto the elders.
Sent the letters to the elders.
To the nobles.
That
were in his city dwelling.
People in high standards. Judges and chiefs and princes, nobles, high standards. Go ahead, read.
And she wrote in the letters saying, proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people. And set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him. To bear witness against him, saying, thou didst blaspheme God.
Thou didst blaspheme God and the king. So you don't curse God and you curse the king. Go ahead, read.
And then carry him out and stone him that he may die.
Go ahead.
And of the city, even the elders of the nobles who were the inhabitants in the city, did as Jezebel had said unto them. And as it was written in the letters which he had sent unto them, they proclaimed a fast and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial.
Go to verse 14. So now after she done did that, proclaimed the fast, they done stoned them and they killed them. She did it. Okay, go ahead, read.
Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned.
Naboth is stoned and is dead.
Dead. It came to pass when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead. That Jezebel said to Ahab, arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money.
Now he didn't ask her. How were you able to get this vineyard for me? He know how she got it. She done did some atrocities. But he didn't correct her. He didn't correct her. He didn't stop her. And when she did it, God looked at him.
As he did.
God charged Ahab. So we gotta we gotta really be careful when we are allowing our wives to do things in the house that is against God, because he's gonna charge the husband. We're gonna read it and find out. Let's read it. Even the children, whoever lives in this house cannot do as they please. You fall under the rule and the jurisdiction of God. Go ahead, read.
Verse 16.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down.
Ahab rose up to go down
to the vineyard of Naboth the Israelite to take possession of it.
Go ahead.
The word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria.
Even in their fault, even in their sins, God still used the prophets to give them messages. That's just tell you how far we are from God, man. So go ahead, read.
Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, whither he is going down to possess it. Thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hast thou killed? And also
he said, Hast thou killed? Hast thou murdered?
And also taken possession.
And also take possession? You done murdered the person to gain possession. God don't like that. You can't murder somebody to gain their possession. That's against God, man. That's against God. And if those thoughts done conjured up in your mind one way or another, then you got some real cleaning up to do. That's some real cleaning up to do with yourself. Because number one, it ain't yours and you can't get it, so you already conjuring up and scheming to murder a person or murder somebody to gain what they got. And you got people with that mentality. You have people that think that way. You got people that move that way. So when you get these thoughts and these ideas in your mind, you got to look at yourself. You got to really do some self-check. You got to do some self-checking with yourself. Tom Shee.
And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, in the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me?
Look what Ahab told him. He said, Hast thou found me?
O mine enemy.
O my enemy.
And he answered, I have found thee.
He said, I have found thee.
Because thou hast sold thyself.
Because you have sold yourself to work evil in the sight of God. You know what that means? When you sold yourself to do evil, it means that you satisfied your evil desires instead of satisfying God. You gave in to that. You satisfy your evil desires instead of satisfying God by putting his wife above the laws of God. Okay? Now this is just as bad as thinking. Same thing. Because it's called forward thoughts. This caused God to speak about forward thoughts, and that separates you from God. And it separates you from God. Go ahead, read.
Behold, I will bring evil upon thee and will take away thy posterity.
You know what your posterity is? That's your offspring. Your posterity is your future generation. The children born after you. Generation after generation. All because of what the father did.
That will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel. And will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah. And for the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to
for the
anger.
provocation. You know what provocation means? Provocation means actions or speech. What you did and what you said that makes someone annoyed or angry, especially done deliberately. Now, it ain't towards people. You done provoke God with your actions and the thing that you said out of your mouth. Because we get emotional and we start running our mouth and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and saying things and saying things. man, God get angry at your voice. God get angry at the words. And you can't pull those words back. Because once it's gone out, it's out there. You done said it already. I despise you. What? That's in my mind already. Well, I'm sorry, man. I don't really despise you. Yeah, all right. What made you tell me you despise me? Yeah. That's in my head now. Yeah. What made you say certain things? Where a man will get angry and he watches words even though he's angry. Which means it's not in your heart. But then you have another person where they'll be angry, but then they verse and they voice a certain decrepit thing that come to their mind. You know why? Don't tell me it ain't in your heart. That's policeman. Yeah, you done said it. I said you done said it. The man in the book moved differently. The man in this book moved differently, and what they said, they meant. Okay? It's a difference between the men today and the men in this book. So don't tell me something and don't want me to take it to heart. I'm going to believe those words. I'm going to watch you. That's a fact. I got to watch you with a long distance now. Because you already put me on to how you feel about me. Say it again, Drama. You already showed me how you feel. Say it again, Drama. Okay, let's read it.
And of Jezebel also spake the Lord, saying,
Jezebel also spake what?
Spake the Lord, saying, the dog shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Him that died of Ahab in the city, the dog shall eat. Him that died in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up.
Ahab didn't do nothing. The one that caused all the problems was his wife. Ahab didn't chase the prophets. Jezebel chased the prophets. And the reason why they turned on her, because she kept an army with her too. And they respected the king. They ran. They didn't have to run, but they ran because they still had respect that King Ahab was the king. This is the king's wife, which means what? Which means what, man? Y'all know what that means? You could be in the right. I said you, the man that was running, was in the right. But they still had, it was protocol. They still had, I forgot the word, man. And they realized that that's the king. And no matter what, I can't turn on the king and his wife. So I'm just going to run. Even though I'm right.
King David.
That's it.
King David was right.
That's right.
Running from the soul.
Where we at? Go ahead, stir it up. That's verse 26. Go ahead.
And he did very abominably in following idols, according to all things that did the Amorites. The Lord cast out before
he did very abominably in following after idols. Following after idols, according to all the things as did the Amorites, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And it came to pass when Ahab heard those words, when the prophet prophesied and told him those words that God told the prophet to tell when Elijah told him, right? That he rent his clothes, signs of humbleness, signs of mourning. He rent his clothes, ripped it, zip. What's next? And put on sackcloth upon his flesh. What's next? And fasted. What he did next? And he laid in sackcloth and went softly. Wait a minute. So now we're going to dig into this now. When he went softly, it means he went humbly.
You ain't gonna hear his voice.
He was humble. And when you're humble, you can't be fasting, putting on sackcloth, but with an arrogant spirit. You not humble. The two don't mix. I said the two don't mix. What does humble mean? Submitting to the will of God. Now, when you're submitting to the will of God, you must accept your faults. You got to be able to accept your faults to submit. When you can't submit to God, not accepting your wrongdoings.
Long and strong.
You got to be able to realize and see your fault with God, man.
You was wrong.
See your fault. You was wrong.
Sit down.
Now, not arrogant because it denotes pride.
Yeah.
We must relinquish pride. Because if we don't get rid of proud, being pride or having pride, if we don't get rid of arrogance, it denotes pride. We got to get rid of being arrogant. All right? Let's go to one more chapter.
Take your time, brother. Scroll on.
So I'm gonna hit one verse. I'm gonna hit one particular verse here, and then I'm gonna come down and call up the next speaker. All right? Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. It said, "In 3 things I was beautified, and it stood up beautiful both before God and man. The unity of brethren, the unity of brothers," right? "The love of neighbors, and a man and a wife that agrees together."
I don't like that. God love unity.
God loves unity.
I don't like that.
When it's dissension between
I
brothers,
don't like that.
when it's dissension between neighbors,
Yeah.
God frowns at those things. When a man and a wife can't agree, when the wife don't agree with the husband, God hate and despise those things. And with that, all everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Van Leppen.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher, my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to chief men, princemen, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, visitors. I bid you out of total forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom to God.
At this time, I'm going to ask to rise. We recite the 10 Commandments of the Lord, the Constitution. And please repeat after me.
Yes, sir.
And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
upon the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath to the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them
the
is,
sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long
that thy days may be long
upon the land
upon the
which
land
the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
May we see. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that he sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. All right, we're going to move ahead right now. Go to 1 Samuel chapter 14.
1 Samuel chapter 14.
Verse 32.
Okay. 1 Samuel 14.
Yes. Start here.
From the top.
No.
31.
Start. Verse 32. 14, verse 32.
1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 32. And the people flew upon the spoil, and took sheep and oxen and calves, and slew them on the ground. And the people did eat them with the blood.
That's, you see that? They took the oxen, they took the sheep, they took the lambs, they killed them, and immediately started cooking the meat. They did not drain the animal, the body, out of the blood, out of the body. That was the normal. That's how everybody ate back then. You go in the back, I feel like eating the lamb. You get the lamb, you hit it up, you hang it upside down, and you let the animal bleed out.
Let it drain out.
Yes. Takes hours. But you will be able to have that prepared for the same day. Now the fat doesn't pour out. The fat is part of the meat.
Right.
But it's like wax. When you put heat to it, it'll melt. When you put heat to blood, it does not melt. It chills. You know what that means? It becomes like part of the meat. Right. It becomes the same color as the meat. First it gets real gray. And after a while, it's whatever color the meat that it is, however you season it. Okay. Out south, out in the farmlands, I'm going hunting. I go get some. I'm hunting. Right there, I don't bring that animal back. You see how people take the deer and they put it on the car to show that they caught a deer? No. You don't come right back. You're going to be out there for a while. That's why Esau was out there for a while. First, he got to hunt and find venison. Venison is the meat that comes from a deer. His father specifically wanted venison. He said, you got a certain dish that he makes that his father likes. And he fixes it up with savory spices. He said, I want to eat this, man. I want to eat this and get this taste before I die. Mm-hmm. So he said, okay, father. He went out into the field. Now, when you go hunting, the animals ain't just there waiting for you to catch them.
No.
That's why when Jacob went in there, thinking like he was Esau, his father said, hey, man, you came back so soon? Because usually you go out there, sometimes, like on a day like today, you ain't going to find no deer. When it rained and it snowed and the weather's coming down, they stay inside. You, like the cats, you don't see them. They got their hole. They go in. Yeah. No, they don't hibernate. What they do is they wait until the water stop coming down, the rain stop coming down, and then they come out. So you can't find one in certain type of weather. Then you can't go deep in the night. You know, when you find deer early in the morning, you can't just go out anytime and find any animal.
Right.
So that was a process that went down before they ate the flesh. Now they got the animal, the blood is out the animal. Now they skin it, they take the flesh, and they put it over an open fire. They didn't have stoves like what we got today.
No.
Okay? And they would put the meat, the flesh, in a pan. Okay? It was what you would call barbecue. But it was no sauce, no barbecue sauce. It's an open pit, the fire, and they heat it. Now when that heat hits the flesh of that animal, the fat that's in there is gonna melt. You're gonna hear psst, psst, psst. Now you know when you know that meat is done? When you don't hear psst, psst, no more. That means it's fully cooked on the inside out and all that fat came out. That's how they got rid, because God told them, thou shalt not eat no manner of fat, thou shalt not eat any manner of blood in any form or fashion. They did that. They followed that command.
Yeah.
Okay? Abraham followed that commandment. When he told Sarah, go in the back and get me this and fix that up, that didn't happen in 5-4 minutes. You come back and then he got the food there. Nah, it wasn't no fast food, man. Yeah, that's fast food. When they eat with the blood or they eat the fat, that's fast food. That's why it's okay. It's not a problem for Israelites to eat out of fast food restaurants. And halal. They eat halal, because there's no pork in there. But they eat fat, blood, they eat crabs, they eat shrimp too. They're not like you. Tamshi.
Then they told Saul, saying, behold, the people sin against the Lord, and that they eat with the blood. And he said, yeah, transgress. Roll a great stone unto me this day.
Who said that? Who said, yeah, transgress?
Saul. King Saul said.
When they went and told Saul, he said, man, they transgressed when they did that.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
That's why you can't be saying whatever you want about these people in the book. Even when they did something against God, watch them out. They are the examples. Look, they can count their sins. They can count. Yeah. One man's sin got erased. Have you ever heard that before? Nope. We only know about it because the story is being told. If that story was not being told, we wouldn't even know. David was so good with God, he didn't have to wait to die for God not to mention his sins because he's so good. But God said, yo, if you turn your life around, when you leave here, the sins that you did, I will not mention them. I will not bring them up. David was so good, he got that before he died. And he never had that idea, well, look, okay, I'm good with God. Look, I can do it again. No, well, I can take a risk, like the man said. No, you can't do that. Saul said they transgress. Now, the reason why we go hard on blood and fat, you know why? Because for years, decades, Israelites been eating blood and fat. And it hasn't changed. Okay? How is it I can't go to another Israelite's house and trust the food that they serve me? I can't trust that. And that's an Israelite. We serve God. I'm in teachers right now. That person in teachers right now. But I can't eat. I'm not eating that because I don't know. Look. I do know. Because mostly everybody thinks they eat the same way.
Right.
Okay? So I soak my meat. You soaked it for 3 hours, brother.
Soaked it for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
No, a man like him will soak it for 2 weeks.
I said
A regular dude, they go for two. No. They go by Judaism. 18 minutes. Do y'all know that? Y'all know that Israelites are being taught that soak their meat for 18 minutes. That's Judaism. You can go and Google later on, after we break and look it up. And it'll take you straight to Judaism. See, they didn't have to soak their meat. They didn't have freezers. They didn't have supermarkets. They didn't have a people that's controlling all the food and processing it and selling it to you. These were independent people. This was their land. Those were their animals. Then now you got to think, how did that animal die? Because you can't eat the flesh. You can't eat the flesh of an animal that died of itself because it could have been sick. That's correct, young man. It could have been sick. Animals have diseases too. Cats, dogs, they get all these things. There's a examination to be done to the animal before you take the animal and kill it to eat it. And they all knew that. It was common knowledge. You was taught that from your father. When he take you out in the field and he puts you on. Time to shoot.
And Saul said, disperse yourself among the people.
He said, spread out amongst the people. It sounds like a hurried thing. Spread out amongst the people. Why?
And say unto them, bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep.
Bring it to me.
And slay them here.
Bring it to me. Bring it to me, because I'm going to make sure you not eating with the blood.
And
you understand that? He is the king. He is responsible. He can't allow them to say, well, look, I can say, he is in a certain position. He got to say something.
Right.
So he dispersed his men, and his men told them, look, they had to stop what they were doing, and everybody had to listen and bring it in. Bring it before me. I got an altar and a stone right here. I got a stone right here. Make your kills right here, and all that blood could get drowned out. Now, I'm not responsible for it. Y'all haven't sinned, and I'm not responsible for y'all sinning. Time shoot.
And eat, and sin not against the Lord, in eating with the blood. And all the people brought every man his ox with him that night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar unto the Lord.
Now, they ate their flesh well done all the time.
That's right.
All the time. You can have, they didn't eat raw meat. They didn't get all the blood out and then eat it raw or rare. Because raw meat is still raw meat, whether they got the blood in it or not. So I can't tell you, cook your meat until it's well done. And then you ain't got to worry, because they tell you when you cook it, it boils out, but the blood is still in there.
Right.
So all you're doing is eating. You're supposed to eat all your flesh well done.
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
All right then, time sheet.
And Saul built an altar unto the Lord. The same was the first altar that he built unto the Lord. And Saul said, let us go down after the Philistines by night, and spoil them until the morning light. And let us not leave a man of them.
Leave that. Go to 2 Kings 17.
2 Kings chapter 17. And Elijah the Tishbite, who was of the inhabitants of Gilead.
2 Kings 17.
2 Kings chapter 17.
Got it?
Yes. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea, the son of Eli, to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years.
At this time, there's two kings. You got king of the north, king of the south. The king of the north is the one that's in Jerusalem. That's the kings that come out of the line of Judah. Okay? Then you got the kings of the south, the southern kingdom. Because at the time, there was after Solomon is split in the time of Solomon's son with Rehoboam. Okay? And Jeroboam. Jeroboam left off and went to Samaria and made himself king there. So that's how, this is the beginning of Israelites going crazy. You're supposed to have one king.
That's right.
You're supposed to have one Kohen, one high priest. Today we got 500 high priests. Today we got 300 kings. It started from back then. You know why? Because I agree with God. This guy don't agree with God. So what's that going to do? Cause a what? A split.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that don't agree with God, he gonna go and establish his own thing.
Yep.
That's what Jeroboam did. Jeroboam said, okay, I have to make a day, a holiday. Any day that you make up to celebrate on your own, that's a holiday. God didn't command us to celebrate holidays. Those days are memorials. He said it is a memorial.
Your birthday is your holiday.
Okay, that's your holiday.
Your birthday.
Okay, all of these, any day. I said, remember.
Right.
How you going? You don't remember when you was born?
No.
That ain't got nothing to do with it. It's no. Well, I should be able to. I'm thanking God for giving me life on that day. That's not how you serve God. That's not how you serve God.
Birthday.
See, all those things, all those thoughts and ideas have to. This is what you got to separate your head and your thoughts from.
How you celebrate Jesus.
Okay. You can't look at it that way. Any day that you make up on your own,
That's right.
that's your day.
Right.
God ain't got nothing to do with that.
Right.
Don't make it right because you say it in Hebrew.
Oh, nah.
Hope memorial.
Oh, what's the other way? Wait.
Get out of here, man.
Shout out to
Wait a minute. You see what they did? Told memorial.
Man.
Why they said told memorial? Because you know there's something wrong with saying happy birthday.
Yeah.
Why? Because told memorial does not mean in English happy birthday.
Yeah, man.
It means good memory. Told memorial means good memory. Of what? These are the things that Israelites make up. They make up their own sayings, own proverbs, everything.
Young Wule.
Okay. We don't have a happy new year. What they say in Hebrew?
Shana Tova.
Shana Tova. Do you read about this in the book?
No.
No. You don't read about this in there. You know who celebrated the New Year? Nebuchadnezzar. In the time of Daniel, they were celebrating, right? And in the history books, right, the time and the date was of a New Year's celebration. And the original New Year's was in October. When the Greeks took over, it began to be in January because they took over the world. So they said, okay, now we're going to have 12 months and we're going to name them after our gods. Okay? And on certain days that you are born, you're born under the sign of that God. Y'all see how it all go together now? That's why you got to leave that stuff alone, man. And it's still, look. In order to stop something that you know is wrong, you got to talk to yourself. You got to hammer yourself the way you would hammer your son or hammer the way you would get on somebody and check them. No.
Check yourself.
Look, I don't check nobody the way I check myself. I don't care how wrong you are. I don't check nobody as much as I check myself. I'm going to get on myself because I'm going to listen. I'm going to make myself listen. And you see all that stuff? You're programming your cells and your body. That's how you take control of your spirit. You got to talk to yourself, man. Ain't no, oh man, you crazy to talk to yourself. God said reason with yourself. God said be circumspect with yourself. He said think not in your heart. So what does that mean? We all talk to ourselves, even if our mouth ain't moving. Tom sheet.
And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord.
So Hoshea is the king of the south. He did evil in the sight of the Lord.
But not
Right. What?
But not as the kings of Israel that were before
Now,
him.
the kings of Israel, so see, as time went on, they got worse. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that this guy wasn't as bad as some of the guys that was before him,
Right.
because of the things that he didn't do. He did certain things these guys did, and they were proud and deliberate with it. He said, okay, he's not like him. But he still wasn't correct. You know,
Against him came up Shalmaneser,
Because
king
he
of
wasn't
Assyria.
correct. An opening was made. Evil is evil. When you sin, an opening, a breach goes down within your spirit, goes down within your dwelling place, with your habitat. For them to be so close to God, everything they do, they're responsible, and everybody in the city pay for it. Yeah, that's how it was back then. So now that he's against God, he's not right with God. God called up Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria. Okay?
And
God causes this guy to all of a sudden now want to come up and mess with you. Okay? Out of everybody that's here to mess with, pick to come and mess with you. Because the reason why he messed with me, because I'm out of line.
God. That's right.
Not with man,
God.
not with this brother, not with my wife.
God. So I ain't gonna never
Okay.
see it. We're gonna never see it.
Okay?
Never.
Okay? That's why. And unless you look at yourself, things gonna keep happening. You ain't getting the picture. He said, well, I'm gonna hit you 7 times more then. Because you're not getting it. I hit you with this. You say it's that, the third. You ain't recognized. I hit you again. I ain't 7 times more. So Leviticus 26, God said. Why? Because you not recognizing your fault. But you can recognize my fault.
Right.
You can really sit down and analyze it, and you wasn't even there. I've heard people tell what happened and they wasn't there. I said, yo, you was there? He said, no, I wasn't. I said, well, man, I don't want to hear what you got to say. I need to at least hear from a person that was there. And you know what? The person got mad at me when I said that. I didn't say it. I said, well, look, listen. Were you there? I said, well, look, I need to really speak to somebody who was there. So I'm not lying. I said, I'm not saying you lying, but you wasn't there. But you wasn't there. I need to hear from somebody where if they didn't see it, at least they heard it. Because that's the only way you're going to know. Seeing or hearing or matter. Okay? And for me to be totally just with God, for God to say, okay, you handled that matter justly, I can't go by what you're saying because you wasn't there. I need a witness. Witnesses. And everybody got to say the same thing.
Right.
How come you was there watching the same program, you watching the same movie, but this guy, he don't see what you seen in the movie? Yo, let me tell you something. People's what they call common sense, the perception and their comprehension is very, very, very low today. Very low. Even the smartest guy in school is not as smart as the guy in school in my generation. It's the truth. Common sense, all that wisdom, all that logic, all that go out the window. More and more sin is being done. All that go out the window. And that's when you come up with Proverbs. Because now, well, you can't beat them, join them. That's the whole world's ideology right there.
Slogan.
Yeah. Tell you.
And Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea.
So now I'm under him. He ran down on me, and look, for me, it's extortion. That's what they call extortion. Right. Look, I'm gonna run down on you. Unless you pay me, I'm gonna keep my wolves off you.
Right.
So that's what's happening. You remain king, but you gotta pay tribute now. But you to stay a king in your land, yeah, you can still do what you gotta do. All right, cool. But you gotta pay tribute to me now. Okay? That's what he told you. He said, Leonidas. He said, all you gotta do is bow to me. He said you can still be king of your people. You can still have your laws. You can still do all that, but you gotta bow
Recognize
to me.
me.
Look. And if he'd have bowed to him, he'd have kept his word. Those Persians, they had a code of honor with them.
Yeah.
Whatever they write down and they say whatever this is, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It don't change. That was one thing with them Persians, they had that. And he told them, all you gotta do is bow to me. He said, nah. He said, nah. Not doing that. Time sheet.
And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to so king
So
of Egypt
he sent messages to So.
to So.
Yeah, the king of Egypt. That's his name.
He sent messages to So, king of Egypt. Wow. And brought no presents to the king of
So
Assyria.
now he stopped bringing up tribute. And he goes to the king of Egypt, what he was supposed. Now, see, this is from what I read, my experience, what I learned. These are the people who live, for example, for us. They show us what to do, what not to do, how to get close to God, how to stay close to God. They are the living examples, because God dealt with these people personally. So, what he was supposed to do was do what Ahab did.
Right.
See what Ahab did? Do what Ahab did. Fast, pray for the sacrifice, turn himself around, correct himself. And God would take care of the situation that he put him in. He would reverse it. He would let him find favor in the sight of this guy, and this guy would back up off him. Or he would lead this guy to go get killed. That's how God get down.
Right.
That's how he get down. Look, Josiah was king, right?
Right.
King of Egypt is traveling through Israel to go fight at Carchemish to fight Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is on his, took over the whole upper Europe. He's about to come take Israel, Syria. He's about to come in and go all the way up into Africa. So the king of Egypt is going up to stop his spread, to stop his conquest.
Right.
On his way, Josiah stopped him. It's like, yo, because look, nobody likes nobody coming through their territory or their land. I got a whole army coming through your land. That's not good. You know what I'm saying? It's an alarm. Moab looked at Israel. Oh, Israel wasn't even in his land. It was close. And he got scared.
Right.
So, man, these guys is forming up. Why are these guys grouping up on the corner like that? Yeah. Guys grouping up. We don't know who these guys are, but they grouping up on the corner every day. And they look hostile. In a minute, they're going to make a move. They're going to make a move. These are the ways of war. So now he's supposed to go to the Most High. He's supposed to correct himself before the Most High. The Most High will switch this around. But instead, he went to another king, another heathen king, and put himself in the deeper ditch. And now you betrayed this guy and made a deal with this guy. This guy is mad now. Because all the stuff you doing with him, all the stuff you giving him, that's mine. That's how God felt with them.
Right.
That's how God felt with them. God said, man, y'all giving all my praises to these idols. Y'all giving all my tithes and all the stuff I gave you. You don't bring it back. You don't bring back the 10%. You go give it to Baal. You go follow those people and give it up to their God. He said, so what? He said, when you in trouble, let Baal cry out to him. That's what God said. He said, cry out to the gods who you laid with. You didn't want to be in bed with me. You got other lovers. That's what God said. Why? Because we like to follow people. We like to follow people. We like to follow people. The books say, thou shalt not steal. The Israelites say, you can steal. Everybody going to follow the Israelite that say you can steal. Don't y'all notice that's how everybody's thinking? The books say, don't shave, don't take no haircuts. This guy say, you can shave, you can take haircuts. Everybody's doing it. Think about it. You are inclined to do evil. You are inclined to go against God naturally. All you need is somebody to say what you desire. An option. What you said? An option. Option. Remember this. Word of advice to all parents. Don't give your children options. Give them commands. Okay, God didn't give us no option.
That's right.
Okay, give them commands.
It's a fact.
Children, let's learn to take commands.
That's a fact.
I'm 52 years old. I still take commands until the day I die.
That's a fact. Negro.
In my head, I'm thinking, my Imam, my Abba say, chill it. I chill it.
Exactly.
I gotta chill it. I gotta put ice on it, and I gotta hurry up and put ice on it. I can't stay the way I am.
Facts.
Am I right or wrong?
I'm gonna put pause on it.
Okay? So I gotta, and this is practice make perfect.
Talk about.
Once you start to correct yourself, you will be able to control your emotions like the light switch.
Talk about. Shake face monkey.
Okay? Okay? That's how it goes. See, we read this book. What do you get out of it when you read it? Everybody don't get the same thing. Everybody don't see the same thing. But the more you read and the more you read and the more you apply, the more you will start seeing things. You say, wow, I read this chapter all my life. I didn't know this. Okay? This little detail changes everything. Tell she.
As he had done year by year, therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
No. You ain't going to be giving it up to Egypt. I'm big dog. So now I'm going to do what I should have did in the beginning. Put you in prison and destroy the city. Conquer the city. Tamshi.
In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria.
So he was locked in that city for 3 years. Nobody could go out. See, the farmlands that's outside the city, they took that. The city does not contain the farmland. You got acres and acres of land. You got to leave the people open and early, dawn, before dawn. Sometimes to be agriculturally, you got to be out there sometimes all night, all morning.
Right.
The gates open before the sun comes up. You see them going out there. They're going to the field. Everybody's going to the field, but there ain't nobody going to the field because you surrounded. They raided. Okay? You can't go out and draw water from the well out there now. Whatever you got in there is going to run out. And that's what the siege is about. Man, no, we ain't going to just going to wait it out. Surround them. When they run out of their resources, when they run out of food and water, what happened? The people started eating their kids.
Yes.
It's in our history. We started eating our kids, but guess what? Hundreds of years ago, in the time of Moses, God told them this.
Right.
And he warned them. No animals in Gaza.
They're going to start eating each other.
Yeah, there's nothing out there. There's nothing to grow. There's no stores. There's nothing. They're not getting import. They're not getting export. See, when God visit a country or a city or a place, it's not a nice visit. He said, man, because I'm about to visit that nation in Egypt.
Yeah.
You see what he did to Egypt. And Egypt ain't never been the same again.
Never been the same.
The dude in Gaza,
That's right.
he said his children been feeding on animal feed for weeks.
Eating animal feed. It's going down.
Kids is eating animal
And I'm going to tell y'all something. The farmers here, they say the ground is not producing. They're losing crops. Okay?
Right.
There's going to come a time when there's no crop to lose at all. I seen a documentary. They got the farmers, and he said, look, it's not even supposed to be this cold at this time of year. Okay? And everything that's in there is damn near frozen. It's no good. It's waterlogged. Corn, everything. And if not, they're putting stuff in the dirt. But all it is, because the curse causeless shall not come. It's like meaning the curse don't just come on its own, take who they want to go to.
Right.
See, sin, wickedness, more and more done in the land. After a while, it gets to a point, and then the visitation comes.
And carried Israel away in Samaria, and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan.
This was the first time anything like this was done. It's called displacement, prisoner displacement. Like here in Brooklyn, you commit a crime and they sentence you to do time, to go up. They convict you of a crime. You don't be in prison where you live at, in the city where you at. They take you up and what we call it? To the mountains, up north. We call it up north, right? Well, guess what? In Israel, up north, you know what up north is at? Babylon. North of Israel is Babylon and Assyria. That's what he said. I got a people coming from the north. They're going to grab you and they're going to take you up north. Every part of the world where it is north, it is nothing but mountainous, treacherous area. They put you up in the mountains. Those prisons today be on top of mountains. Same thing back then, same thing today. Displacement. Because once I take you out and got you here, I got control over you. I got control over the people. Now you're dependent on me. Township.
And in the cities of the Medes. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God.
So now all them tribes that's up in Samaria, except Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Because when Jeroboam switched everything up and he made that crazy day, all the Levites left and went to Jerusalem. All of them left. You know what that means? Y'all are bugging. We're going to go down here where they still keeping God's law. And that's where they went. All of the soldiers. Levi, Benjamin, and Judah, mainly. But mainly those 3 tribes was left. All the other tribes, they call it the 10 tribes. They got taken up. They never came back. Gozan, Habor, Halah, the city of the Medes, all that is in Persia and past Persia. Once you go past Persia, you into Europe. You're going up into Europe, Viking territory, Czechoslovakia, Denmark. If you hang a right, you go into Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, all the stands. And then you keep going up, you hit Turkey. If you make a right, you hit Russia. All of that, they got spread out too. They never came back. Why all of this happened? Why this happened?
Which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt from under the hand.
No, so 7. Start at 7 again. Start from the beginning of 7.
For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God.
That's why all of this stuff happened. That's why all this stuff is happening. That's why. Because they sinned against the Lord their God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh. I already got you from under somebody. Now your actions make me put you back under somebody. You weren't worthy of being independent and free. You don't have the capability to be a free person to serve God.
And this is years later.
Years later.
Man,
Years later.
God gave them many chances.
But they don't listen to their teachers. Their teacher was Moses. Their teacher was Moses. They looked to find fault in their teacher, and what happened? What happened? At the end of it, their teacher, which is Moses, because he taught them that law, he said, look, by the way y'all get down, I can tell y'all not going to make it. That's what he told them. Look, we'll get the last words of Moses. It wasn't good. He said, yeah, y'all going to get in the land because God's going to fulfill his word. He said, but once y'all get in the land, he said, man, y'all going to tear it up, man. Y'all going to throw this away. He said, I can see by your stubbornness now, and you're not changing it. When you get to the land, you're going to follow it. He said, you're going to go down there, you're going to follow those people, and you're going to serve wood and stone. And what happened? When they went there, they were commanded to kill everybody. They didn't kill everybody. They married into them, and they turned. Deuteronomy 7, God gave them specifics. You know why? He said, these people are not strong enough to be around people and hold it down. They have to be separated. They have to be separated.
The one that's far off, believe it.
Leave them alone. Moab, leave Moab alone. Leave these guys alone. But here in Canaan land, kill everything in Canaan land. Now, the people that was in Canaan land are called Canaanites.
Right.
One of the sons of Ham. Ham is one of the sons of Noah.
That's right.
So they were Hamites.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of Western African culture was being done in Canaan land, which later on became Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And it stayed there because we didn't kill all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So Western African culture stayed in Israel amongst apostate Israelites. When they follow the Canaanites, they follow Western African culture. They wear masks. They was putting there were tattoos. See, tattoos is a Hamitic. Is Hamitic, comes from African culture.
That's right.
This is what they do when somebody dies. Okay? There's a worship of the dead. There is also the worship of dead. That when a person dies, there are certain things everybody in this world do that we can't do. We mourn, yeah, we can mourn, but we mourn way different. Because see, the people, they're mourning their lost one or their loved one by worshiping idols. See that whole thing with the pictures and rest in peace, candles, balloons. The other day I'm walking past, I see a bunch of people outside, and they got blue balloons. See, I didn't know what that was because it's strange to me. I didn't go up that way. I didn't know. I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Then I look, they right here, like on the wall of the building, they got a picture of the person that died, and everybody go there and write their name. That's a tombstone. That's a matzeba. That is used in worship of the dead. When we buried my father, we put a stick there, the mark where the grave's starting at. Just put a marker. That's it.
We don't use his pictures for profile.
And you you ain't never seen me put his picture up.
All of a sudden,
Look, on the day of the funeral, you saw me crying. And then you had to ask, yo, why are you crying? But I know better. I can't see, you're not honoring. See, God telling you to honor your parents, but then he tell you how to do it too. He said, a man, distraught and sorrowful over his son that died. And he misses him. Yes, you're going to miss them. You're going to miss them forever. But there's certain things you can't do because that picture ain't him or her. When you take the picture and you kiss it, you see, this is why it's you're emotionally attached to idols. People kiss it. People put it up. You're venerating it.
Yeah.
Only one that can be venerated is God. You can't kiss nothing. Another thing, you see, when people blow kisses at you, don't do it. This is another sign of people who worship the moon. They worshiped the moon back then.
That's how they did it.
They kissed at the moon. They blew the first person to blow a kiss was at the moon. And everybody followed with it and made it a custom, and they do it to their loved ones now. But it's still abominable. Do y'all understand how the world goes? How this thing how the origin of things been twisted around, and it looks good because everybody's doing it, and nothing's happening. Well, I don't see nothing wrong with it. You're not supposed to. But you start digging into this and accepting what. And see, the thing is, when you tell the person that, if they give you an answer like, "Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that," you got them. Pour on. Give them more. Give them more because they're not saying that that's. Some people say, man, I don't believe that. You can't talk to that person. That person, you can't talk to that person. You can't talk to that person. God appeared to Abraham, and we said Abraham believed God. Why? He believed him. Why? Because what? His heart was pure enough. He didn't deny God. You have to have a certain type of heart to accept when you're wrong. To accept God's rules. You have to have a certain type of heart and certain works that strengthen your heart. Time sheet.
Lord God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods.
They were scared of other gods. They weren't scared of the Most High no more. God said, you shall fear me. You shall love me. All the love and the fear go to God first. Everything else is a limit to certain things. If it becomes a violation of God, I got to put a limit to this love here that I got for you, wife, son, daughter, friend, whoever. Tamshi.
And walked in the statutes of the heathens, whom the Lord.
The statutes. You know what the statutes are? The days. The statutes are the days that people pick to celebrate and worship their God. The Shabbat is a statute. Feast of Unleavened Bread is a statute. New Moon is a statute. All the days that's in Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 14 that God talk about, those are statutes.
Not your birthday.
Yeah, Shabbat.
Not your birthday.
Not your birthday. Remember last week, we read in the whole in the Apocrypha where it said the king, on the king's birth, every month. See, that thing was also for rich people too.
Every month.
Every month on that day. That's the original.
September 7th.
Yeah,
October
and guess what? Guess what? On that day, on that people don't know what the birthday is. On that day, on the king's birthday, he worships his God extra with the presents that he get. Y'all don't even know the origin of a lot of things, man. And those idols that fake God, you know who's behind it? The devil, the adversary, Satan, Satan. He got all this hooked up, but you don't know that because he ain't pulling up on you. You're not close. That's who it is. Devil worshippers. You're following devil worshippers.
They don't like to hear that birthday part, boy. Get mad. Yeah, birthday.
Well, I'm saying God ain't saying. We only supposed to go by what God say. We can't. He said, "He shall not add to my word nor take away." So where have God added birthdays? Where? It's not there. You know what it is? Wickedness and evil, boy, and pride go together. Your pride won't let you let go, won't allow you to let go of the evil. That's what pride does. Your pride will hold you into your it will hold you to your to my convictions. I'm standing on this. My pride does that. Now, when I break that pride, that spirit of pride, I'm not going to stand on this. Nah, I'm not lifting myself up to where. Yeah, you gotta watch it. Look, not one day that is mentioned by God is supposed to be celebrated. Tamshi. Oh, one more thing. That is the number one holiday of all devil worshippers. Birthdays. That is their number one, not Halloween. Okay? Birthdays. You can look it up. Guys need to start traveling around. And you'll see. You'll see what's, oh, wow, this is really, wow, this stuff is really abomination. I didn't think it because you're not supposed to think. That's why you're supposed to read and keep into what God says. You can't follow these people. Tamshi.
And walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Lord their God.
They thought they was getting away because they did it in secret. There's nothing else to say. Because if you believe the Most High, you believe, you would know He sees everything. I told y'all last week, He does not live here on earth. He does not dwell here on earth. He does not go by time. He made time for us. He made the sun, moon, and the stars to make times and various seasons and changes for us. He is outside of that. God don't understand who your God is.
That's hard.
He's outside of it. Before God made anything, Time wasn't here. 12 o'clock wasn't here. Rain day wasn't here.
That's hard. That's hard.
It wasn't here. You got to understand that. You got to understand that, man. He's outside of time and space. You know what I mean? He sits over space, the heavens that he made. Did not he create the firmament? He said God created the firmament, the vibe, right? So before he did that, was there any heavens there?
No.
No. He dwells above that. He's outside of it. You understand what I mean? The past timelines are in front of God. See, you can say, man, what one said, man, I wish I knew then what I know now, right? If you was able to go in your past, you would. The only one that can do that is God. What we read about in the past, God is still in front of his face. Time is everything, all is everything, life, everything that he made. Life. He made life. He created life. Time sheet.
And they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And they set them up images and groves in every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathens whom the Lord
They
carried
burned
away.
incense to who? They didn't burn incense in their houses. Even back then in their wickedness, you don't burn. The incense was only to be burnt. Okay? By the high priest in the tabernacle. All right? And amongst religion, you see the Chinese people, they go, their house got a lot of candles. They light up a lot of incense in honor to their God. Incense was made to be worshipped to your God. You light it. You can't use it for your own purposes. They didn't have incense in their houses. Because you could, somebody burning incense, you burning incense to a God. Because that was the way, that's the incense was for. Tell me.
And there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathens whom the Lord carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke the Lord to anger.
Look. Wicked things, that could be anything. That's a whole bunch of stuff. You can't even go into detail because there's millions of people sinning, and it's a lot. Wicked things that were wicked, that's what they delved into, right? He said, but they served idols, whereof the Lord had said unto them, you shall not do this thing.
For they served idols, yet the Lord testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the laws which I commanded your fathers, which I sent to you by my servants the prophets.
Most of the time they killed the prophets. One prophet, name was Zechariah. God told Zechariah, the prophet Zechariah, to go to the king Joash, right, with a message. Message wasn't good because Joash was out of line with God. So that's how God dealt with kings. Nobody else could go and correct the king. It had to be a prophet. You know what I'm saying? That's why when Nathan told David, you are that man that sinned, David did not get mad at Nathan. The prophets were sent by God, okay, to let you know where you're messing up at. You may not know. And I understand how you feel, but just chill. But you can't kill the person that's telling you to chill.
Right. Okay.
You're killing the prophets. You're killing the people that's trying to hold the order here. That's what they did.
That's right.
He went to him and said, yo, thus said the Lord. He said, oh, yeah, thus said the Lord. God said, I kill him. I said, wow. This guy, guess what? The prophet that got killed, his father saved the king when he was a baby.
Yeah.
That was the one that got saved. When Athaliah was killing up all the royal seed, there was only one royal seed left. That's because Elisheba, the wife of Benaiah the priest, she hit him. She hit him. And that the priest held that little baby down and made sure he became king.
Yeah.
And the priest died. Yehoiada, he died. And this guy turned on God and everything that he brought him, that Yehoiada taught him about God. So now, Yehoiada's son, he just happens to be a prophet. They said, no. You don't get prophets don't get you can't elect yourself to be a prophet.
You can't elect priests.
You can't be voted in to be a prophet.
Yeah.
You can't elect yourself to be a priest.
Yeah.
You can't be voted in to be a priest or a king. These things were hereditary. God chose, and it's hereditary until further notice. All God do is say, okay, well, this king is bad. All right, I chose another one. But he never said, well, look, you guys got to take up a vote, because democracy wasn't with that. This is capitalism. You know what capitalism is? If you do this, kill them. Do or not, that's it. But now we got 3 or 4 people, the majority don't really agree with the law. So they make amends. That's today.
That's right.
We are not a democracy. Okay, you have to have God's mind. You ever heard of a hive mind? Like a beehive. A hive mind. You know what a hive mind is? We all think the same. We all got the same words in our head. We all got the same purpose. You ever watched bees? I started doing it. Say, yo, look at the ants. Look at the bees. Look at these ants. I watch certain things. I said, wow, look at these guys, man. They busy. They busy. They all over the place. They all over the place. I said, and they sting you. Why they ain't come sting me? First of all, I'm right amongst them. I'm like, wow. And look, I ain't bothering them. They ain't bothering me. Why they ain't sting me? And then I noticed, wow, these guys, see something going in the hole, and you see it come out another hole. I said, well, they got a network in here. They got a back door. They got a front door. None of them are kings. None of them know about God. They don't have these laws. They're sentient enough to do their job. What is wrong with man? What is wrong with man? What is wrong with woman? What is wrong with child? What is wrong with us? What is wrong with family? Why ants can get along better than everybody? Why ants can all think to the same goal and we can't? We know better than them. He said, look towards the ants, thou sluggard. Right or wrong? Learn a lesson. But most people, when they see a bunch of ants, say, oh, get some water, kill it. But this changes how you think. And it changes your reaction to everything. From people to animals to ants to roaches. Y'all, man, y'all don't know, man. Township.
Notwithstanding, they were not here. For hard in their necks.
No. Notwithstanding, they were not here. No matter what is said, no matter what God said, no matter what this person, no matter what this person say, we don't hear. We don't hear. Get down there quickly. Look. He just came up here, right? Yeah, hurry up and go back down there. Man, will it take 5 seconds to start bothering it? Don't take that much for everybody to get all discombobulated. We gotta stay focused, man. Everybody stay focused on themselves. I ain't gotta come tell you nothing then. How about that one? You ain't gotta come tell me nothing. I ain't gotta come tell you nothing. If I'm doing right, you doing right. That's how God wanted it. All the other things is because you got somebody messing up. You got somebody violating. So now, if this happened, you got to do this. You got to do that. But at a point in time, everybody was going to be like priests. He said everybody was going to be a priestly nation, totally holy. That's why he said, look, y'all can't do your own offerings. Cain did his own offering.
Yep.
Abel did his own offering.
Yep.
Noah did his own offering.
Right.
Abraham did his own offering. All of them guys. But it got to the point where, too corrupt. Man is too corrupt, period. And I choose a holy man to consecrate this man. Aaron couldn't make himself a priest either. Moses had to do it. God picked Moses to pick Aaron. So it's picking, selecting, and choosing jobs and duties must be respected. Remember what happened with Dathan, Abiram, and Kohath. They wanted to do what Aaron and Moses was doing. And they died. They got their families killed behind it too. And you know what he said? He said, yo, think of the life thing that God got you a job here too. Nobody else could come and do what you do. If somebody come and do what you do, they're dead. You're not looking at your position that high. You're not taking it high enough. Then they said Moses killed him. But look, you know why? No. You know why? I ain't saying nothing to God. Listen, these are the same people that when the cloud come down, they run. Because that's exactly what happened. First you tell me to entreat for you. Then when you mess up, I can't correct you. I gotta leave that alone. Yeah. And then you want to kill me.
Yeah. You mod. Mod your mind. It's mod your mind, man.
No, they was wilding at that foot of Mount Sinai. They was wilding out, man. He just left. Listen, he just walked out. Moses just walked out the door, right? And somebody said, well, I'm going to the store, get me an idol right now. That's the same as because God said, because they had quickly turned. I just told them no gods of gold, no gods of silver, and all that went out the window. Once they felt the way, once they got impatient. You know what? When nobody got upset, there was no controversy. They just got tired of waiting. Do you see what happens when you're supposed to wait? Moses said, okay. They said, look, you go up there and speak with God, but not us. Okay, so but look, yo, man, some deceitful people. Because I'm going, all right, I'm gonna go. While I'm in there talking, entreating for you. I was with God when y'all did that. If I was there, you wouldn't have did it. They said, "Oh, you go speak to God. We ain't going up there." And they go up there and man, forget this guy, Moses. See that's the mindset of wicked people. We don't know what happened to him now. Look, that ain't the first time he went up there and came down. You seen them go up there before and come out. Now all of a sudden, we don't know what happened. He might be dead. You see the games? Games. And that tells me, you know what I said? Well, look, man, I can't be that way. I don't care who gets on my nerves. I don't care who violates, boom. I'm not going to let nobody push my buttons to where I get on their level. I'm not the same. Nah, we ain't the same. We ain't the same. And at the end, you'll see, because we're going to wind up in different places. We're already in different places right now. We're in different places.
Not me.
A lot has deviated. Tom sheet.
But hardened their necks, like to the neck of their fathers, that did not believe in the Lord their God.
He said, man, they did the same thing. You were just as hard-headed as your father. Because I dealt with your fathers in the wilderness, and they were stubborn. Joshua and Caleb said, no, man. No, don't do this thing in sin. God got it. God already gave them to us. We got this. We can win. They said, nah. They said, nah. Bring Moses and Aaron out so we could kill them. They were going to kill Moses and Aaron 10 times. God said, you provoked me 10 times. Those 10 times was when they murmured, was when they went and rioted and stood up against Moses and Aaron. And every time, God had to come down. Yeah. And they ran. They run. They ran. So a lot of it is feelings. At the moment, this is how I feel. And now God also says, yeah, well, look, this whole thing is going down because of me. So you talking against them, you talking against me. I heard everything that you said in your text. That's what Moses told him. God heard everything you said, all the complaining, because you can't have your way. He heard it. Tell me somebody who could hear over millions of people at the same time.
In their grill. Privately.
And know what they're going to say before they say it. At the same time. And at the same time, hear the thoughts of everybody else in the world. At the same time. Okay? All them idols ain't doing that. No man could do that. No God is born of a woman. Do y'all understand that? God cannot be born of a woman. All those idols and gods have a mother. They got a mama. They got a daddy. And most of the stories, the daddy ain't even their daddy. A lot of those idols, let me tell you something. See Jake on the cross? He a bastard. He a bastard. Okay? Ain't no ghost getting you pregnant.
You know, got a beginning and an end.
It's a beginning and end.
Somebody slid and married him.
Somebody slid.
Married him.
Somebody slid. According to the story, her husband wasn't jacking it. He sought to kill her. But then comes the story. This is where Hollywood writes their part in now and twists the movie 10 Commandments. You see stuff in there that's not in the book? That's Hollywood. That's the writers. Glorification. Like, yeah, but we're going to take it this way, man. Get the meaning of it. How she?
And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathens that were round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged, that they should not do like them. And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God.
He said they left all. That's what people do today. People gotta watch it. That means you don't do nothing.
Nothing.
And you don't have no, you're not doing nothing to push yourself.
Got some nerve.
Because God said, okay, nah, I'm gonna stay wide open. You can come back.
You got some nerve.
Because look, what's his name? The king, Manasseh. Nobody did. Nobody did what Manasseh did. Ahab ain't do what Manasseh did. He went in like no other. He made an altar to everybody's God. Every idol in the world, he went in on. What? He thought himself. If he thought himself, that's what he was, that prayer. And God seen that in his heart he was sincere.
Don't condemn me to the lower.
He's the only king that got taken out of Riblah.
Put back on the throne.
And put back on the throne, because there was another one that got taken, but he didn't get put back on the throne. He sat and ate blood and fat with the Babylonian king, Evil Merodach. Jehoiakim, he took him out, and he didn't sit on the throne. He became a heathen. And he died like them. He became a Babylonian. Time sheet. Yeah, man.
And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove.
You see, this time, they made one calf at the foot of Mount Sinai, right? And Moses destroyed it. Moses ground it into powder and made them drink it. But then later on in history, when Jeroboam, that I told you about, when he left off and made Samaria the southern kingdom, he made a calf at Dan and a calf at Bathsheba to counter people going to Jerusalem 3 times a year. He said, this is where y'all men go. So now, from the time Jeroboam was king to this king, Hoshea, okay, hundreds and hundreds of years, they all served the calf. That same calf that was made at the foot of Mount Sinai. Did you see why it was done the way it was done? And that's something Jeroboam set up. So all that responsibility is on him. He the one that caused people to what? Sin. You cannot do it. Bad enough I sin. I'm not causing nobody else to sin. I'm trying to clear minds up. So I watch what I tell you. I watch my answers. And if I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. I'm going to have to come back to you. I'm not going to stand and try to be some smart guy and go by what I think I know. That's not how I go. Time sheet.
and worship all the hosts of heaven. And
All right. You know what all the hosts of heaven is? Sun, moon, stars. The movement of the sun, moon, and stars is where they get astrology and astronomy from. The ones who created that was called the Chaldeans. They're ancient Babylonians. They're the elders. You got Babylonians and then you got Chaldeans. The reason why they're Babylonians, but they're a different class. They're like a royal, because all they do is stargaze. The Chaldeans don't go to war. The Chaldeans don't do regular. They stay in a temple and they watch. They the ones created telescopes. What is a telescope for? Look at Venus. To gaze and marvel. God said, don't look up there and marvel at the sun. Don't marvel at that stuff. Don't be, oh, wow, because you know who made it. You know who made it. You know, so you're not surprised. Right or wrong? You look up and say, yeah, it's Most High making that go there. And it builds your spirit towards God, your belief more. Make you know what I'm saying? Because it's a drive. That's why he said, man, it should be driven to look at it and worship it. Jump sheet.
And they caused their son and their daughters to pass through the fire and use divination and enchantments.
Wait a minute. Do you all know that's the way of Syria? That was the way of Babylon. Okay? That was the way of Assyria. That was the way of the Persians. And the Medes, that whole area, they had a god they called the fire god. Yeah. And that's why they burned their children in the fire. That's why fire, the emoji fire, is a symbol of idolatry. The smiley face is eyes, nose, lips, tongue. It's a person's face. It's a smiley face. It's a face. We're not supposed to have none of these things. We're not supposed to indulge in none of these things. Yeah, I'm banging on it. Brother said I was banging on emojis. Every week I'm going to show you why. And I just showed you why fire. Well, when somebody say a hot round, what we do, we put fire. But that image of fire has been worshipped and praised for years. You have certain people ancient people, who knows about Moses, and they heard that God spoke to him out of fire, so they worship fire. Y'all don't know that. That's why a lot of those that's why God told them, don't follow these people. They have they have who God is twisted, and you can't change their mind. They did too many abominations. I don't want them. They got a fire God. Yeah. You see, that's why he said, do not burn your children, your sons and your daughters, to Molech. Okay? It just means king. King of the fire gods. Molech comes from the word Melech Dawi. Okay? They didn't say, look, and the names, the narrators didn't actually put down, all right, you see Baal, it just means Lord or Master. But they didn't put down the actual name of the idol. That idol has an actual name. We are narrated Baal. Okay? Tongue sheet.
And sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight. There was none left.
You know what that means?
But the tribe of Judah only.
I'm done with y'all. When you have people, I don't care if it's a parent, a man, I don't care. You say, yo, man, I've been taking this for a very long time. Yeah. You know what that's called? Long suffering. Yeah. I've been eating your junk for a very long time. And you got me, look, this is the wrong day. Now, for all those times that I ate it and showed mercy, you said it. Wipe out. You said it. Long suffering. Been taking this junk for a long time, man. For years. That's why God got upset. I'm tired of it, man. He said, so you know what? You ain't gonna be able to pop jump no more.
Yeah,
right
no
now.
pop jump.
Look, heathen, go.
Out of here, man.
He said, man, why is God allowing the heathen to touch his people? That's why Ezra didn't know. He was like, yo, this is some other stuff going on. He was told. He said, but you good. Don't put yourself in the category with them no more.
What? Say it again?
He said, but you good. Don't put yourself in that category no more. God told him that. Because up until then, he still say we. He still say we. But God said, look, you, out of everybody,
I hear my pops talk like that.
out of everybody, you good.
That's me.
He said, your you have kept your chastity. You know what that is?
That was my pops.
You know what that means? He kept it in his pants. He wasn't promiscuous. He had a wife, and that's all he had. He abstained. They said the best way not to catch nothing is to abstain.
That's right.
Because the only way you're supposed to be having sex is when you're married.
That's right.
So you don't need condoms.
That's right.
You don't need this. You don't need preventative.
Contraceptives.
You don't need all of these things. You see how they making money off your wickedness, off your looseness. Okay, they tell you it's no, that's not God. This is God, and you can do this. And then they sit back and you abominate your whole life. Teach your kids, and your kids teach your kids, and that's how this world been going on since. The world. He said the world, Craig. He said the world. That's the world. It's been going on for a long time. And all we do is get money to give them the money. To follow.
All you worried about is getting money.
Huh?
All you worried about is getting money. That's your God.
Blood sucking, we are not the same.
And you can't look. More money you make, the more money you make, the more you can serve God. That's what I was told. Right or wrong. The more money you make, the more you can serve God. You can make stuff happen. So there's no excuse. And I know people who ain't got no money, and they gonna do, and they ain't never getting.
Yeah, I'm not the same.
Time sheet.
Also, Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their
I
God,
said Judah messed up too, man.
but walked in the statutes.
Judah held it down for a minute. But Israel being around them, it rubbed off. Now you went and messed up. But Judah, you should have known better. You saw what happened to him. You saw what I just did. You was not supposed to follow this guy. You wasn't supposed to follow the 10 tribes. Tell sheep.
But walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made. And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel.
See, He said they didn't keep the commandments, but they walked in the statutes of Israel. The statutes of Israel is not good. You're supposed to walk in the statutes of the Lord our God. My Abba told me one time, he said the statutes of Mikael. Remember? He told him, he said, man, if you follow if your brother do this, then you following the statutes of Nick.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
That's how he taught us, man.
He said, don't follow your brother.
Don't. He told me not to follow my brothers. He told my brothers not to follow me in wickedness. Yeah. Command. Time sheet.
And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into
God
the hand.
rejected the seed of Israel. Tell me, when did God unreject the seed of Israel? When did that happen, y'all? When did it happen? So it's still the same way. Forget the world. Forget about teaching the world. You can't teach the world.
Thank you.
Teach your house.
Thank you.
Teach your heart.
Thank you.
Teach your wife.
Thank
Teach your kids.
Thank you.
Now, no, somebody come to me. God will make them come to you.
That's right.
I'm bursting myself. Oh man, these heathen, the blacks, they're all Israel. And no, look, I don't know who God don't want to
God
want.
gonna cut you off.
You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna happen. He said, yo, listen, man.
We ain't more merciful.
If God don't want this guy saved, then I go save him.
We ain't more merciful than God.
Tell me.
And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers until he had cast them out of
spoilers.
his sight.
You know who spoilers are? Raiders. robbers, jukes masters, stain lifters. They come. Israel is a stain now. Y'all know what a stain is. That's street talk. They're a victim, someone that's open to get robbed and taken abuse of. And whatever they got, you take them. That's what God did. Left you to the world. If you want to follow them, go ahead, be just like them. They're going to show you. Once they get you on their side, they're going to leave you. Tell sheep.
For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following the Lord and made them sin a great sin.
He had a personal thing against the other king. So he said, look, God made him king. You know that, Jeroboam. He said, look, I'm going to make you king. Follow my commands. Blah, 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 blah. He didn't do that. He had his own commands. And his thing was, look, I can't keep letting the people here go all the way to Jerusalem to that king because most of them ain't going to come back. They're going to gain favor with him and overpower me and kill me. So his thought was, I'm going to make a calf. Your thinking is crazy. All right? Somebody's trying to kill me. Automatically, I resort to an idol. You see what happened? You see the mindset? Time sheet.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam.
See? You
which
heard
he
it?
did.
He walked in the sins of Jeroboam. Nobody said, well, look, man, Jeroboam died and this stuff is wrong that he set up. We're not going to do this no more. They kept it going. People want an excuse. People want you to say, that's not unclean. You can eat it. People want you to say that. Come sheep.
They departed not from them until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day.
They never came back. That 10 tribes, they're like, this is Israel. Up here is Europe. They got spread it out. Or China, all the way up. They never went back down here. The only ones that's still in Israel is Judah. Okay? And when they came and got Judah, they got spread out through the Isles of the Greeks and through Africa. And that's how Israel got mixed with Canaan. With Ham. Okay? Because Israel is not in the continent of Africa. Okay? Israel is in Asia, the Middle East. That's one continent.
I ain't never do that.
Okay? Tell me.
And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Abba and from Hamath and from Sivavaim.
Look, I remember me and my hour sat down and we looked up all of these places and the people of these places. They are abominable people. They eat, not only do they eat the blood and fat, they eat dead things. They're cannibalistic. Part of their ritual of worshiping the dead, they eat a part of the dead or they drink their blood. These are the people that God says stay away from. So now they didn't want to listen. That's who they got brung around. Now you in the home of the people you follow. Time sheet.
And placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel.
That's why you have people of all denominations claiming the heritage of Jacob. That's why you got people say, yeah, I'm an Israelite. You know how much people out here say that? Heathens. They say they're Israelites. Because everybody think everybody that's black is Israel.
That's what they teach you.
Everybody.
So
where are the Hamites?
You're just a nigga. That's it.
Where are the Hamites? Where are all those people? Where in the whole continent of Africa? Where they at? Where the Ethiopians at? Where they at?
And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof. And so it was at the beginning of the dwelling there that they feared not the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them, which slew some of them. Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria, know not the man of the God of the land.
See, God was still close. So certain things. Let me tell you something, man. That land, even now, Whoever lives in that land that's called Israel, if you're not living by these commandments, you're going to have a problem. Somebody's going to always run down on you. That's why it's always war over there. Okay? So now the new people got moved in. They don't know the way of the land. So now God sent lions among them. He killed them all. So they said, "No, man, the people are going to die here because it's a certain way you got to live. It's a certain way you got to live." The Israelites had to live this way. That's all right. God told the Israelites, the reason why I'm killing off, I want you to kill off the Canaanites is because they did these things. They did these things. And I'm kicking them out. Now, if you come and do the same thing they did, I'm kicking you out. It's just like a landlord telling the tenant, "Yo, the guy that was before me here, I told him no dogs. And he had a whole kennel in here. So I'm telling you, you can't have dogs here. But you still bring dogs here. And when he kick you out, you get mad because he kicked you out." That's us. That's us. That's you and that's me. It's us. Time sheet.
Therefore he had set lions among them, and behold, they slayed them, because they know not the manner of God of the land. The king of Assyria commanded, saying, "Carry thither one of the priests whom he brought from thence, and let them go and dwell there, and let him teach them the manner of the God of the land."
Now this is why you have so many churches named after cities that you read about in the Old Testament. Because they came to Israel and inhabited those areas. And in time, Christianity came in and they built churches there. That's why we hear that. Okay? With that, I hope you got something out of the reports. What is before later on the shade? Shabbat Shalom. Oh, I got one thing, one announcement. Stand up, brother. The brother here, we know him as T Black. We met him as T Black. But he's officially known and he changed his name. His name is Joshua now.
Okay. Joshua. Just don't hold the sun up. All right, don't freeze the sun on us, man. Let the sun go down. All right, Josh. Let the sun go down, Josh.